In the dusk of the city, a pink-haired girl looks worriedly to the side as a silver-haired boy supports her, thoughtfully asking why she is avoiding him. A girl with purple eyes, overflowing with emotions, seems lost in a wave of surprise, unable to find words to express her feelings. The boy begs the girl to stay. His blue eyes reflect the inner struggle, and the flowers around seem to respond to his inexpressible desire. He hugs her in a quiet street. She begs him to let her go, but that moment of their intimacy seems endless and tense. A guy with a question in his eyes, whether he causes a girl aversion, looks tormented by his own doubts. The words fall hard on his heart. He silently pleads not to go, his features reflecting a deep need for sympathy that he is afraid to ask for. The prison stands at night, illuminating the sky with its light, like a keeper of secrets and a witness of events unfolding in the dark. A voice breaks through the silence of the night, announcing an urgent delivery. This interrupts the flow of emotion that permeates the story. The girl in solitude almost whispers, as if carrying the weight of unspeakable thoughts. Her eyes are an island of clarity in a sea of uncertainty. The surprised girl in the cold light of the camera, holding the packages, feels the contrast between the passionate feelings of the past moments and the soulless observation. With a look of confusion and surprise, she tells herself of her unexpected presence in this place, questioning her actions leading up to this moment. Falling into the sky, she screams in shock, confused by the sudden and inexplicable fall into the unknown. She mentally struggles with the strange situation, thinking it might be a dream, and hopes to wake up from this unsettling experience. Unfortunately for her, reality sets in. This is not a dream. The beautiful castle and its surroundings are all too real, adding to her confusion. Aware of what seems like a revelation, she realizes that she has fallen into a book, an unexpected twist to her story. While putting together a puzzle, she finds out that she is now inhabiting the body of a character from a story, unfamiliar even to her. The usual start to a new life in the novel seems to begin with a luxurious bed, a stark contrast to her current, less grand situation. Reflecting on her strange awakening on a bed of stone, she questions the strange circumstances in which she found herself. Frustration sets in as she tries to make sense of the illogical transition to what appears to be the plot of a tragic 19-plus novel. The novels with the most positive reviews often start out promising, which she unfortunately contrasts with her own troubling situation. In a kingdom where bright elegance meets the embrace of the sun, the heroine enjoys joy. Her laughter echoes through the flowery corridors of France. Her emerald dress and golden braids reflect the brightness of spring, embodying the splendor of the nation. Amidst the dim glow of the abyss, she is an anchor in the storm, enduring the sins of her father. Chains of consequences drag her to the depths, which is a testament to her inherited position. Her spirit, steadfast even in the face of an unfair fate, wanders the dark corridors of the dungeon, driven by a determination as fierce as the flames that light her path. Descending into the heart of the fortress, she encounters a lone prisoner. His piercing blue gaze preserves untold stories, lighting a spark in the suffocating shadows of incarceration. Dressed in the royal garb of a legendary lineage, the hero stands with a mysterious tiger, the emblem of his power. The contrast between his noble demeanor and the savage power of the beast tells a story yet to be revealed. Those who are unable to fight the unfathomable force find themselves trapped, banished to the depths of the dungeon where despair reigns. Uncovering the traces of his origins, he confronts the curse that runs through him, showing torment and defiant pride. In a moment of comic relief, an age-restricted warning humorously interjects, reminding us of the narrative's mature undertones. The story reaches a poignant climax when the antagonist appears, his charm hidden by a dark purpose, setting the stage for a saga of love and betrayal. Thus begins the saga of a brutal love triangle, a story intertwined with passion and tangled destinies, where each must walk through the complex corridors of the heart. A girl with pink hair thoughtfully observes the reasoning about the complex character of the main character, who is often perceived as an enemy, but the story cannot do without him. Next, we see a golden hall that shines with luxury and wealth. The text is about the struggle between the main character's family and his malicious, envious people who are trying to capture the leader. A dark fortress under a starry sky opens before us in the third image. This is the place where the stories of many characters begin. It depicts two characters playing cards, focused and immersed in the game, with a sense of tension and tactics. The face of the girl with pink hair, her eyes are full of determination and intrigue, and the complexity of the future decisions can be read in her expression. The next image is a moment from a card game where the girl talks about the rules that forbid even a hint of cheating, while the man watches in confusion as events unfold. A man with blue hair, who we learn from the text is the mysterious main character, depicted at first as a sinister character, radiating the joy and triumph of a pink-haired girl celebrating her victory at cards, showing a full set of dancing and laughing. There is a moment of surprise and the guard's confession about the girl's skill at playing poker, which adds humor to the situation. And finally, we see a light and fun continuation of the card game, where the characters exchange jokes and enjoy the time spent together. In the large courtyard, a woman with pink hair calmly savors a chocolate bar, the tranquility hinted at in stark contrast to the bustling surroundings usually expected in such central parts of the manor. Meanwhile, a brown-haired guard slyly resorts to a fragrant brown potion, a secret sip hidden by solitude, emphasizing that the guards here are as prone to enjoy earthly pleasures as anyone else. In a half-dark and scary room, a silver-haired man is bound by fluorescent chains, surrounded by immovable armored guards. The oppressive atmosphere is weighed down by the burden of strict surveillance associated with the dangerous reputation of the person established in the narrative. A light-hearted scene unfolds as the pink-haired girl curiously points to a dark area, her expression a mixture of innocence and intrigue, seemingly unaware of the darkness to which she is pointing. Caught off guard by an unseen event, the security guard reacts with shock and denial, his alarmed expression painting a picture of the sudden destruction of an ordinary day. His face contorts as he sheepishly tells the girl not to look at him with such admiration, perhaps because of some humble heroism or unexpected act of kindness that has caught her attention. In a whimsical twist, the girl proudly hands over a small red box, offering the gift with anticipation of joyful acceptance. The atmosphere is filled with a mixture of pride and hope. Returning alone, the lady pauses in a corridor decorated with ethereal roses for a moment of serenity before she whispers the promise of her speedy return, leaving an air of mystery. In a dramatic finale, a lady stands over a fallen figure with a lantern in hand, her silhouette casting a lone beacon of light in the darkness. The suddenness of the situation leaves a quiet echo of urgency and anxiety. In a serene moment, a young man with pale blue hair delicately holds hands amid a sea of whimsical flowers. The text bubble hints at a shared secret between them. The scene reverses with the man now hanging upside down, his loose shirt exposing his graceful neck. Orchids envelop him as the caption glorifies him as the protagonist, hinting at his central role in the story. A young woman with long pink hair gazes contemplatively into the distance, holding a lantern, her face a mixture of wonder and thoughtfulness, as if immersed in the deep beauty of the night or an unfolding mystery. As she ponders, her hand covering her mouth in shock, the text captures a moment of surprise or disbelief. Dramatic lighting enhances the intensity of its implementation. A man lies peacefully, his features softened by sleep, surrounded by flowers that seem to reflect his peace. His relaxed posture suggests a rare moment of calm in the midst of what is likely to be a tumultuous narrative. When he wakes up, he tugs at an earring with a playful smile, his body language relaxed but suggestive of mischief. The floral background continues to be a prominent presence in its history. A woman stands with a lantern and a man kneels before her, dandelion seeds floating around them like delicate snowflakes. This picture suggests a meeting or reconciliation filled with gentle magic. He sits smiling, radiating warmth and charm against a background strewn with flowers. The text around him can be his name or a word of endearment that indicates his charisma. Finally, the woman's profile is carved with beauty as she gazes, an expression of awe or question on her lips, as if questioning the nature of beauty itself. The flowers near her illuminate her face, enhancing her contemplation. In a world colored with the soft hues of spring, the pink-haired girl radiates wonder, her mouth agape as she utters a confused word framed by the soft whisper of cherry blossoms. Bathed in soft light that dances through the array of flowers, the silver-haired youth glows with warmth, his eyes reflecting the joy and beauty of the flowers that surround him. Under the twilight sky, a girl with long pink locks stands pensively, her speech bubble reflecting her brooding demeanor, the vastness of the sea stretching out behind her, mingling with the dusk itself. Joy dances in the eyes of a silver-haired youth amid a floral background. His laughter is almost audible as he speaks in a light-hearted exclamation, the flowers reflecting his gaiety. Shrouded in shadows, the same man's demeanor changes, his words in stark contrast to the eerie background, a mixture of playful banter and an inescapable sense of something deeper. The young man's charm takes a whimsical turn when he dons cat ears. His dialogue playfully teases a transformation, and floral patterns emphasize the fantasy of the moment. As he gazes thoughtfully into the distance, the man's enigmatic expression is complemented by an intricate tattoo, while his contemplative mutterings add a layer of depth to his mysterious aura. A crescendo of energy and color, with the girl channeling intense power, her form barely visible through the bright charms swirling around her in a symphony of magic. Liana stands in a glowing magic circle, her presence commanding yet enigmatic, while Dorian watches her from behind, a look of awe and curiosity on his face. She hadn't expected this moment, her inner voice showing a sense of surprise. As the magic circle pulses with power, Liana's thoughts betray her confusion as she now understands why there are no wings she expected to see. Her revelation has a certain charm, a touch of magic in everyday life. The narrative shifts to capture the perspective of Dorian, decked out in royal attire that hints at a significant transformation. It is tied with intricate cords, possibly symbolizing an internal or external struggle. In a quiet alley, Liana crouches down, a startled expression on her face as her fingers lightly touch what appears to be residual magic. "I just reached for it," she whispers, expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief. In a light-hearted twist, Liana tries to calm the rampaging creature, her cartoonish screams filling the air. This is a stark contrast to the previous intensity, demonstrating her versatility in dealing with the unexpected. With strategic thinking, Liana ponders how to get the creature's attention by thinking of an item or action that might interest the spirit being. It's a pause in her magical journey that showcases her problem-solving skills. Liana presents the small creature with a sprig of flowers, a gesture that seems to both surprise and charm him. This simple act of connection connects worlds, highlighting the beauty in the little things. Finally, Dorian accepts the twig, blushes faintly, and makes a surprised expression on his face. The simplicity of this gesture has weight, symbolizing a tender moment of connection between them. In the colorful, whimsical room, Liana expresses surprise, telling Dorian to turn around as she didn't expect him to turn his back on her earrings so quickly, displaying a playful and carefree interaction. Under the gloomy, backlit blue backdrop, Liana wonders if Dorian understands her. A moment of uncertainty as she realizes that she needs to make a quick escape while she still can. Sensing the soft and fluffy texture of the mysterious object, Liana asks if Dorian knows what it is, bringing a sense of curiosity and discovery to the airy and innocent setting. In an intimate twilight scene, Liana tenderly offers Dorian a sweet, encouraging him to be kind as he looks up at her, reflecting a tender moment of care and nurturing. Caught in a vulnerable moment, Dorian looks up with a mixture of bewilderment and awe as he is illuminated by a gentle glow, creating a soft, romantic atmosphere. Under a serene night sky, surrounded by flowers, Dorian holds Liana's hand over his face, softly speaking her name, a moment of intimacy that transcends words. Liana solemnly asks Dorian if he has decided to eat her, her voice mixed with fear and surprise, hinting at a darker turn in their story. Staring deeply, Dorian, under the dark veil of night, seems to be pondering the gravity of the situation, a silent question in his eyes. Liana, stunned and flushed, urges Dorian to stop, hinting at an intense and possibly tumultuous dynamic between them. Dorian, bathed in heavenly light, looks up in surprise and asks Liana what she has done to him, capturing a moment filled with mystery and emotional depth. Dorian F's intense blue gaze pierces the backdrop of ethereal stars, hinting at the contemplative silence that fills the air around her. Caught in a moment of tongue-in-cheek humor, the chibi-style Liana looks shocked and comically excited, with a bright pink hue radiating around her, emphasizing the suspense and confusion of the situation. Dorian, with short gray hair, reacts defensively, his expression shocked as he emphatically declares his innocence in the misunderstanding. his hand clasped in a gesture of surprise. Liana playfully teases with a mock warning, her light-hearted tone adding sparkle to the scene, her smile as bright as the blooming flowers around her. Against a pale purple background, the diminutive Liana harshly accuses Dorian of misunderstanding, her firm stance belied by her small stature, suggesting a mischievous clash of viewpoints. Dorian stands, his face a mixture of surprise and introspection, as if he is pondering the words that echo softly in the gloomy shadows that frame his face. With a brooding air, Dorian appears contemplatively alone, his eyes reflecting an inner dialogue as he is enveloped in the cold blue atmosphere of his surroundings. Liana's face is set in bewilderment, her pink hair a stark contrast to the swirls of confusion that seem to be swirling around her, creating a bubble of bewilderment. Dorian leans back with a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the emotional implications of the apology. Her gentle expression of understanding and tender apology shows a graceful acceptance of vulnerability. In the whimsical world of wild imagination, Liana finds herself the object of children's amazement. The child is emotionally moved, marking this moment as his first experience of receiving an apology against a whimsical background. Under a canopy of night flowers, Liana begs Dorian to listen to her. Their closeness among the flowers symbolizes a moment of intimacy, hinting that past formalities are insignificant in the present connection. Liana ponders the quick onset of affection, her words hovering between her and Dorian. The shared look they share is filled with unspoken thoughts and the ephemeral nature of their encounter. Dorian's hand quickly meets Liana's, symbolizing a connection that goes beyond social gestures. His eyes resonate deeply with her, defying the fleetingness of their contact. When Liana apologizes for the accidental touch, Dorian acknowledges her with understanding, implying a depth to their relationship that goes beyond mere physical interaction. The time constraint becomes apparent when Liana voices the need to leave, which is confirmed by Dorian's admission. Their shared moment of resignation reflects the inevitable farewell that looms over them. Dorian's silhouette is depicted against the background of a mystical portal. His posture is reluctant to say goodbye. The words, "I will return," hint at both the promise and the pain of separation from the magical realm. The luxury of a large corridor awaits, symbolizing the reality Liana must return to. The contrast between this world and the intimate moments she leaves behind is stark and telling. In the great hall stands a man decked out in royal garb, reading a letter with a focused demeanor. Exclamation, "Look!" explodes in the background. In the next room, a man with short gray hair seems shocked as he reports the break-in. His voice carries an insistent tone. Surprised by the intrusion, Liana's expression becomes tense. She marvels at the criminal's audacity, wondering if this is the work of a known criminal. Against a backdrop of delicate flowers, Liana stands resolute, her gaze piercing, pondering the effectiveness of her defense against such audacious encroachments. In a room with signs of disarray, Liana assesses the scene. Her keen eye examines every detail, trying to piece the events together. Liana's silhouette is framed in front of the window. Her profile stands out against the soft light as she promises to quickly reveal the culprit. Chaos ensues in the sunlit room as people struggle, reflecting the sense of panic and urgency created by the earlier alarm. Liana's eyes reflect a mixture of determination and concern, emphasizing her connection to a place that now bears the scars of violence. Standing amidst the golden glow, Liana ponders the identity of the intruder, acknowledging the nervous chatter of the crowd about the unexpected visitor. Eventually, the images change to a lighter mood with a display of colorful macarons, hinting at a return to normality and the refined aspects of court life. Liana stands thoughtfully, her inner turmoil reflected in the dissonance between the mess in her room and her immaculate dress. Despite the mess, it maintains a pristine appearance, hinting at the inner chaos. In the next scene, another character marvels at the fragrance, questioning whether it is part of a new collection. His surprise is palpable as he holds the perfume, showing his penchant for luxury and attention to detail. Liana's thoughts are clouded by doubts, because lately phrases related to trust often appear in her head, hinting at a recent betrayal or disappointment weighing on her. Dorian is having a stormy night, his tearful eyes indicating deep remorse or sadness. The tears hint at a deep emotional discharge, indicating that Liana was somehow involved in this pivotal moment. He is bound by a magnetic device, symbolizing the restriction of his freedom. This imprisonment is metaphorical for his situation, where he can only free himself from these bonds by ending his current predicament. Only one person can free Dorian from captivity. The intimate embrace they share hints at a deep connection, perhaps suggesting that Liana is the key to his release. Liana thinks, regretting not knowing the cause of her suffering. There is a sense of longing, perhaps understanding or freedom as she reflects on her situation. A man named Baron Pavadis is preoccupied with thoughts of monopolization, possibly indicating his desire to control or possess, contemplating ambitions beyond his current reach. Baron Pavadis confronts Liana, accusing her of criminality. Liana, who sits looking off to the side, seems to resist this label, potentially challenging the Baron's authority or perception. Finally, in a bright, spacious room, Liana confronts a man whose words suggest a confrontation. Her pose and sideways gaze suggest a mixture of defiance and contemplation, hinting at her complex emotions. Liana looks up, her eyes shining with subtle joy as if reacting to an off-screen character. She notes, playfully rejecting any notion of her uniqueness, mixing the common with the unusual. In the pastel-colored room, Dorian, with short gray hair, is deep in thought, considering Liana's questions about interesting events, reasoning that only non-dramatic news will be welcome. Liana, with bright pink hair, is smiling brightly as she gently greets someone. Her cheerful manner radiates through the soft floral background, personifying a peaceful moment. In an elegantly decorated setting, Liana listens intently with her back to the viewer, pondering the consequences of freedom, considering the possibility of watching from the side even after release. Dorian, with a twinkle in his eye and a bushy mustache, teases the domineering Black Rose, hinting at mysterious events with an air of playfulness and intrigue. A treasure cart filled with jewels and gold draws attention as Liana overhears someone talking about the rarity of such aromatics at auction, hinting at a deeper story. Liana stands, a thoughtful look on her face as she considers the meaning of the tiara, which may have belonged to the Empress, suggesting her central role in the unfolding of the story. Night falls in the majestic estate, where suspicions are growing among the aristocracy that connect the imperial family with the disappearance of the fragrant dowry. In a dramatic reveal, a young man shrouded in shadows represents a mysterious and possibly deceptive person connected to an aromatics case involving the title of the Black Rose of the Empire. Liana, with flowing pink hair, drinks tea, reflecting on her role not as the main antagonist of the story, but rather as a complex character in it. Lost in thought, Liana contrasts the formulaic patterns of imperial strategies with the unpredictability of narrative history as she savors the taste of her tea. Opposite Liana, a man named Doreen asks why she hasn't shared anything intriguing with him, implying familiarity and curiosity about her experience. Liana responds with a playful smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes as she confesses her fondness for the adventures she's been through. Looking out the window, Liana seems lost in an afterlife where the line between her reality and the story she is a part of is blurring. The narrative shifts to a somber tone, highlighting a lone figure, Doreen, sitting alone in a dark, windowless room, in stark contrast to the bright scenes that precede her. Doreen looks up, his blue eyes meeting the viewers, his expression a combination of loneliness and quiet welcome. Liana, glowing in the moonlight with a lantern in her hand, suggests an evening walk, her cheerful demeanor illuminating the darkness. Back in her cozy mode, surrounded by dog paws and bone motifs, Liana is blissfully content, perhaps after a walk or when she remembers her canine friends. In a quiet setting with floating clouds, Liana laments that Dorian doesn't have an off button to calm down. Meanwhile, Dorian seems agitated and clenches his fists in frustration. Surprised, Dorian leans forward, baffled that Liana can understand him. He asks her why, and the air is tense with his surprise. Looking thoughtful, Liana asks why Dorian doesn't speak if he understands her. There is a hint of curiosity and concern in her voice as she digs deeper. Against the background of fluffy clouds, Dorian's irritation disappears. He is enraged at the perceived injustice and almost ready to explode with emotion. Confused, Liana confesses that she took more bread than she should have, reflecting a mixture of remorse and evil in her actions. The mood lightens when Dorian offers bread to Liana with a childlike smile, his anger replaced by a playful offer, changing the atmosphere to a jovial camaraderie. With a gentle smile, Liana sits next to a depressed Dorian. teasingly questioning his dog behavior. She encourages him to slow down, giving a sense of peace in the moment. Tasting the bread, Dorian seems to realize. When he enjoys a simple pleasure, a sense of peace comes over him. Liana lovingly scolds Dorian, warning him not to eat too quickly and expressing her affection in a playful manner, their connection evident in this tender exchange. Surrounded by roses, Dorian begs Liana to remove her hand. His voice is soft, his facial expression is vulnerable, emphasizing the moment of closeness between them. Liana, with flowing pink hair, looks thoughtful, as her inner thoughts are spoken in silent dialogue, as she reflects on how well someone drank from her hand. She looks pensive. Her feelings combine pleasure and deep thought. Dorian looks stunned, his wide blue eyes reflecting his surprise. The bold characters around him evoke a sudden, intense awareness, striking him with the force of unexpected emotions. He was caught off guard, vulnerable in the moment. Dorian's face, trying to contain his feelings, is mixed with confusion and despair. His closed eyes and clenched fists convey a sense of overwhelming emotion as he tries to process what he is going through with great difficulty. Liana, assertive and in control, challenges Dorian with a pointed finger and a straight look. Her words speak of responsibility, asserting that someone else will suffer the consequences, her tone as strong as her position. Portraying an idealized description of the character, the image features a heroine with golden locks and special powers, emphasizing her beauty and ability to save others from darkness, portraying her as a beacon of hope and perfection. In a cozy, sunlit space, the narrative unfolds, detailing great food, engaging conversation, and leisurely strolls, setting the stage for a relaxed and cultivated experience that contrasts with the previous hustle and bustle. The ominous image darkens with chains and a shadow, symbolizing all that is unfairly imposed on someone. The inverted perspective emphasizes the helplessness and despair of being trapped in a dire situation. Dorian, alone with his thoughts, reflects on the difficulties of the protagonist of the novel. His dreamy gaze looks at a life he's never known, a life filled with peace and simplicity, far removed from his current hustle and bustle. Dorian is found in gloomy surroundings, his thoughts clear in speech bubbles, expressing his displeasure at the lack of sunlight and fresh air. His yearning for freedom becomes palpable as he reflects on the simple pleasures of life on the street. With hope, Liana offers Dorian a chance to break out of prison. Her invitation to take a walk is both a literal and a metaphorical opportunity for him to step out of the shadows into a brighter reality. Gazing up at the majestic walls of the fortified castle under the clear blue sky, you ponder the standards expected of a common criminal and whether Dorian should be held to them. Every day for him is characterized by monotony and boredom, but with a hidden tension that hints at something beneath the surface. A pink-haired girl named Liana cries in exasperation, stunned by the seemingly dire situation. Her frustration is illustrated by a bright, exaggerated facial expression that contrasts between the brilliance around her and the darkness of her thoughts. Silence engulfs Dorian as he stands pensively, bathed in the soft glow of twilight seeping through the chamber. His silver hair shimmers and his speech bubbles suggest a silence that speaks volumes, hinting at deep contemplation or a restless mind. In the next moment, Liana's long pink hair flows like a river of light as she calmly takes the silence as consent, her face half illuminated in the half-darkness, her posture one of humility and determination. Liana blows a bubblegum bubble with an air of casual defiance, declaring that the security guard should allow the walk. Her playful demeanor contrasts with the formality of her request, the soft colors around her softening the harshness of the rules she defies. Walking down the brightly lit corridor, Liana is determined but doubtful of her chances of even seeing Dorian, her thoughts a mixture of hope and realism. Sunlight floods the hallway, mirroring her desire for clarity and closure. Liana's face is etched with concern and slight indignation as she questions if it's fair to be underground for no reason, her eyes searching for an answer. The softness of her features contrasts with the force of her question, portraying a delicate balance of vulnerability and courage. With a sudden "ah," the guard confirms Liana's request for a meeting, signifying a breakthrough. His formal attire and stern demeanor emphasize the seriousness of the institution he represents. Liana, who is addressed with formal respect, is invited to enter, her surprise at the ease of the process evident from her wide eyes. Her posture, poised yet stunned, reflects the unexpected turn of events that unfold more smoothly than she expected. Liana stands at the entrance to the grand hall, the words, "Madame Liana, please enter," announcing her arrival. The opulence of the place whispers of power and elegance, but there is a silence in the air, expectant and heavy. As Liana enters the huge room, she speaks quietly to herself, noticing the absence of others. "There's no one here? Maybe I came too early?" she wonders aloud, the light throwing off the shadows dancing quietly around her. Having settled down on a luxurious sofa, Liana seems to deflate a little. Fatigue takes over. The grandeur of her surroundings does little to comfort her. Instead, there is a loneliness that seems to echo her sigh. In a close-up, we see Liana's face, marked by skepticism and a hint of irritation. It's hard to believe that for such a case they asked to meet with an observer, she reflects, given the seriousness of the situation and her role in it. The scene shifts to a conceptual checkerboard, introducing a hierarchical structure that governs the place. Pawns represent guards of lower and middle status, which implies a thorough order. Authority is enhanced with the introduction of knightly figures representing influential bishop managers. They stand imposingly, hinting at control and supervision. The narrative then focuses on a man introduced as the master of the primary prison. He exudes an aura of power and mystery, his gaze hidden behind reflective glasses. The poignant moment is captured as Liana bends over, her head adorned with a halo of intricate symbols, hinting at a story rich in meaning and unspoken weight. Finally, the stately office is shown, and Liana's reflections on her mistaken identity as a man due to her impeccable reputation and expressive personality are highlighted. The figure's presence is questioned. Who's there? Marking a new twist in this tale of intrigue and intrigue. The anticipation hangs palpably in the air like a note yet to be played. Liana shyly looks away, mumbling unfinished sentences, as if hesitating to voice her thoughts. She reflects on the meeting they both seem to have been thinking about. The man stands with a noble appearance. His aristocratic clothes are decorated with intricate patterns. He subtly addresses an off-panel character, expressing a desire to be present. The luxurious room is bathed in golden light, creating a majestic scene. Liana and Dorian sit apart, a row of candles flickering between them, suggesting a formal but intimate meeting. Liana, with a mixture of determination and vulnerability in her eyes, admits that she has a request for Dorian. Her posture is tense, indicating the importance of what she is about to say. The man, inquisitive and calm, leans forward with interest. He maintains a level-headed demeanor, seemingly ready to accept any request that might challenge his expectations. When they talk about prisoners' rights, Liana's statement reflects a deeper knowledge of the topic, hinting at a personal connection to the topic. Liana sincerely, and with a hint of sadness, corrects the misconception of her knowledge, indicating a depth of insight that belies her gentle exterior. Reflecting on her connection to the other inmates, Liana shares a poignant detail that hints at compassion and perhaps a past that haunts her. The close-up of their clasped hands suggests a moment of agreement, a tacit understanding between Liana and Dorian on the terms of someone they know. Dorian acknowledges the existence of the person Liana is referring to, showing a sympathetic side as he conveys the limitations placed on that person. Caught in a moment of surprise, Liana questions the nature of the jealous gaze directed at her. The atmosphere suggests a mixture of suspense and an undercurrent of deeper, unspoken tension. Liana's flushed cheeks betray her confusion as she pauses, apparently seeking reassurance amid the surge of emotion. Her gesture, hand to cheek, suggests a combination of nervousness and delicate vulnerability. Amidst the swirl of abstract thoughts and blossoming flowers, Liana confesses to herself a truth she cannot ignore. Her inner monologue shows tenderness for her younger brother, hinting at feelings far from love for her brother. The man stands with a noble appearance. The expression on his face is indecipherable. Liana's comparison of him to his younger brother is valid, but it is imbued with an unspoken complexity. In a whimsical setting, Liana's musings take a humorous turn, pondering the existence of a younger brother among the ducks, while the juxtaposition of nobility and mundanity is playfully played out. Pensive Dorian is enveloped in icy flowers, a portrait of elegance and distant contemplation. His thoughts remain as mysterious as the frosty flowers that frame him. Dorian's profile is engraved against a background of warm hues and roses, symbolizing the interweaving of grace and hidden turmoil, while his feelings for Liana and a man named Regent are gently echoed. In contrast, Dorian is shrouded in shadows and blood-red foliage, a visual metaphor for the dark transformation or ominous revelation that has occurred. Liana asks for reprieve, for fresh air, a metaphor for clarity or change. Despite her humble demeanor, there is a strong foreboding in her, as if a significant response is expected. In the royal chamber, Liana, with loose pink hair, gazes intently at the stern man, whose aristocratic appearance is expressed by his tailored jacket decorated with gold motifs. He declares his readiness to fulfill any request for the sake of her brother and father. Liana replies with a hint of nonchalance, mentioning her brother and father in passing as she clutches her pajama top loosely, a feigned innocence on her face. Her words are laced with hidden sarcasm. "Oh, yes, for my brother and father. What does that mean?" A stunning framing envelops Dorian, whose stark gray hair contrasts with the dark hands of an invisible, invading force and a ghostly web of gears and chains. A disembodied voice calls him a dangerous criminal, hinting at the hidden depth of his icy demeanor. The silhouette is shrouded in shadows, only the shine of his glasses and the whisper of roses around him are visible. A mysterious dialogue hints at mysterious forces at work, suggesting that he is under the influence of powerful beings. Liana, adorned with an elegant headdress and holding a bouquet of roses, personifies a figure from an idyllic dream. Her expression looks sad as she ponders the concept of the visible family, hinting at the complexities that lie beneath the surface. In a room lit by golden light, Liana stands before Dorian, who is talking about a criminal case about the abuse of magic. The fair tone suggests procedural dialogue, but Dorian's graceful posture conveys authority and seriousness. The man extends his hand in farewell, indicating that their meeting must end because of a request he cannot help but notice. Liana is left to ponder the sudden end, the meaning of her brother's request hanging in the air. The meeting ends with Dorian kneeling before Liana, taking her hand with a reverence that seems to belie his brother's invisible influence, leaving her to ponder the nature of their interaction. Liana, watched from behind, is led away by Dorian through an elaborately decorated door, glancing over his shoulder, the light casting an angelic glow around them. In a final, tender moment, Dorian bends to kiss Liana's hand against a background of roses and soft light, a gesture befitting a nobleman of his stature, bestowing upon her a title or perhaps a deeper recognition. In a sumptuous room decorated with golden details, Dorian stands confidently, his words held with hidden determination. Even without any commitment, he declares his commitment to fulfill Liana's request, hinting at the complex relationship between them. Outside the grandeur of the estate, Liana is wrapped in contemplation, her gaze looking off into the distance. The narrative notes the inevitability of her action, reflecting the inner excitement that pushes her forward despite the threatening uncertainty. A blush spreads over Liana's cheeks, hidden from Dorian's eyes. Alone, she curses herself, swearing she won't be embarrassed by another encounter. Her internal struggle highlights her mixed feelings for him. Darkness covers the castle, rain cascades down its ancient walls. The text frames the vanished day like a fleeting shadow, emphasizing the passage of time against a background of steadfast stone. Liana stands in the rain, her face showing surprise and slight fear. She learns that Dorian, contrary to expectations, has misunderstood something, perhaps about her, a revelation that adds another layer to their mysterious bond. Liana stands with a look of determination, considering her situation. She assures herself that the end justifies the means. A security guard in tactical gear looks over his shoulder in surprise. Again? He wonders, reacting to the unexpected visit. Under the cover of night, Liana advises caution because of the danger, and a sense of uneasiness about the prisoner's restlessness disturbs her thoughts. A close-up of Liana's hand holding the letter shows her inner turmoil as she is engulfed by the imitative notes of the song. Liana listens carefully in the semi-darkness. A sound catches her attention. She feels an anomaly, something out of place. Hovering in stasis above the mystical symbol, Dorian appears unconscious, a dramatic display of mysterious power unfolding around him. As Liana watches, her features are etched with excitement. The sound she heard was out of place, adding to her anxiety. Finally, Dorian, visibly exhausted, is sweating profusely, leaning against the wall. His energy is spent. He is a shell of his usual self. Under a blood-red moon, two figures loom over Liana with grim expressions, as one sternly declares her a disgrace to her family. In a moment of foreboding silence, a man with striking features and silver hair stands alone, his gaze piercing the darkness, contemplating the seriousness of his thoughts. Liana stares up, her eyes wide and shining, her face a canvas of fear and uncertainty, engulfed by the raging abyss below her. With stoic grace, the pink-haired woman gazes off into the distance, her sharp eyes reflecting determination as she contemplates the extent of her influence. A spectral light envelops Dorian, his expression curious mixed with apprehension as she questions her aversion to the ringing of the bell. A pink-haired woman smiles playfully while holding a small bell, hinting that the sound is more pleasant than the rumble of thunder, her eyes shining mischievously. Liana reluctantly accepts the bells while the woman looks on with a satisfied expression, her eyes expressing satisfaction at the outcome. Covered by a cascade of bells, Liana's suffering is visible, while the woman looks on, satisfied with the abundance she has provided. The woman gently comforts Dorian, her words suggestive of intercessory care, as Liana remains silent, her eyes showing a mixture of emotions. Dorian stares off into the distance with a hint of worry on her face, a thought bubble expressing her concern that something might be moving too fast for comfort. Her eyes, imbued with a purple hue, seem to glow on a soft background. As she stands, her figure is silhouetted against a pastel background, one figure hovering above her head, giving the impression of her contemplating or perhaps realizing an important moment. Liana is lying on her back. Pain appears on her face. Her hand is stretched out as if she wants to hold something. The words, "It hurts," fall from her lips, a mixture of confusion and pain reflected in her eyes. During an intimate encounter, Liana and Dorian share a deep gaze amid a floral haze, his tattoo peeking out from under his collar, suggesting a deeper, unseen bond between them. From her profile to us, Liana utters, "Too close," hinting at an emotional intimacy with Dorian, her pink hair falling softly over her face. In a playful exchange, a chibi version of Liana and Dorian are shown embracing, surrounded by colorful gummy bears. She declares herself a mess, adding a light-hearted tone to their interaction. Dorian, with tousled gray hair and piercing blue eyes, seems deep in thought. The image shows him in a state of contemplation, with only his own words for company. Amidst a burst of floral beauty, Dorian is depicted with his hand to his mouth, a gesture of thoughtfulness or concern as he ponders a delicate situation, his tattoos adding to his elegant demeanor. A comedic mishap unfolds when Liana questions Dorian about who initiated their intimacy, leading to a confused and agitated reaction from him, the falling leaves around symbolizing the change in their dynamic. Finally, Dorian, his gaze gentle and a little shy, finds solace in the warmth of the moment. He assures himself that there is nothing to fear, his pose reflecting a newfound sense of confidence. In a softly lit room, Liana stands by the open window and looks out. She notes that she can see the excitement inside someone and offers to show the way. In response to a surprised request, she introduces herself simply as Liana. Hiding behind the door, Liana presses her palm to the surface, whispering her name as if the gesture could transmit her identity through the wood. Under the starry sky, a man named Dorian stands stunned, his blue eyes wide as embers swirl around him, reflecting his surprise. Dorian's gaze intensifies, his blue eyes piercing the twilight. The tattooed marks on his neck stand out, hinting at a hidden depth. The gloomy atmosphere is broken by the sound of dripping water after a few days. Vines creep across the darkened window, suggesting that time passes in silence. Chained to a gloomy existence, Liana sits alone, the heavy burden of imprisonment. She longs for the liberating embrace of the sun to illuminate her dark surroundings. In a flowery dream, Liana and Dorian share a moment of intimacy, their faces inches apart, engulfed in a dance of soft hues and unspoken words. Liana peers out from between her shadowed frames, her expression sad, her mind clouded by a disturbing lack of inspiration. The letter lies unopened, the seal intact. It is a remnant of hope or despair, its content still unknown, the first sight that greets Liana as her eyes open. Dorian is standing in front of a desk, a blank sheet of paper in front of him. He reflects on how the letters he wrote always received the desired response, but this time his wish remains unfulfilled. Liana stands alone, reflecting on the ever-diminishing presence of her security, marked by the absence of the letters that once came so often, but now have stopped. She reflects on the normal speed of the correspondence that had become the reliable rhythm of her life, a rhythm that had been disrupted, and she was waiting far beyond her expected arrival. The silence of the room is broken only by Liana's soft sigh, asking if her requests were too great, a burden too heavy to bear. The panels depict her introspection, the combination of hope and anxiety etched into her face. As Liana stands by the window thinking, she is asked what is troubling her mind. Her gaze, filled with a mixture of longing and excitement, does not meet the questioner, emphasizing her deep absorption in her private contemplations. The surprise in Liana's voice was evident when Dorian appeared, her relief palpable at the simple acknowledgement of his presence. Her surprise suggests close familiarity, a contrast to the loneliness she felt moments ago. Dorian and Liana exchange casual pleasantries, revealing a comfortable relationship. Her laughter, light and calm, speaks of the transition from her former loneliness to a moment of shared communication. Their conversation continues over tea, turning to local gossip. Dorian's relaxed posture and Liana's attentive listening paint a picture of everyday life, even as they discuss the extraordinary events surrounding the woman's hysteria at the opera. A shadowy figure clutches its head in horror, its agony evident. The revelation that the outburst at the opera was not just hysteria, but a reaction to the devastating news of Count Andria's death, paints a picture of true despair. Dorian, sporting a playful mustache, jokingly shifts the blame for an operatic incident onto a heroic figure, his lively expression and jocular tone bringing a light-hearted moment to a sober conversation. The conversation turns somber as Dorian reflects on Count Andria's important role as the Grand Duke's right-hand man, hinting at the seriousness of the Count's untimely death. Liana contemplates two opposing forces, represented by a red rose in the dark and a black rose in the light, symbolizing the balance of power and the duality of an ancient enmity. In a soft thought, Liana reflects on the city of Andrea's attachment to the protagonist's birthplace, contrasting it with the role of the opposite party in the hero's wounds. A terrifying scene unfolds as a sword, exquisite but foreboding, pierces a rose, splatters of blood, symbolizing the deep hatred between the factions competing for the heroine's heart. Liana delicately savors a cake with strawberry filling, contemplating the nuances of the relationship between the characters, her calm demeanor overlaying a complex web of interactions. Dorian engages in witty banter, his intelligence shining as he discusses the mayor's murder, leaving clues to the puzzle deftly amid the intricacies of his narrative. The mysterious chaser looks dramatic in a red cloak. The conversation hints at his current location, possibly related to a hidden agenda or a secret rendezvous. Liana brooding over plans that are likely already in motion, a sense of urgency underpinning her contemplation of events yet to come. The armored figure declares that time has passed, signaling an end or significant change, as Dorian and the young lad heed the call, moving with purpose and poise. Dorian and Liana share a light moment over tea as Dorian asks how she's feeling, a slice of everyday life amid the unfolding drama. Liana smiles as she dismisses her concern about missing letters from her family, assuring Dorian that it's nothing serious, her gratitude for his presence evident. Liana stands chained in a dimly lit cell, her eyes filled with humility. Casting shadows play across her figure as she utters the simple command, "Shut the door!" The mood is gloomy, her captivity is obvious. The man, identified as Dorian, lies confidently dressed in a sumptuous robe spattered with blood, an amused smile playing on his lips. Huh. He laughs quietly, enjoying the aftermath of the seemingly sinister event, the darkened room only adding to the ominous aura. In a tragic scene, Dorian lies sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Above is a shadowed figure, the bright white text, "Boom," emphasizing the shock and brutality of the moment, as if reproducing the finality of a life suddenly cut short. Amidst the opulent setting, Liana seems shocked by the unexpected announcement. She listens intently, her gaze fixed on something beyond our field of vision, as if this news carries significant weight for her future. A man with a strange mustache joyfully announces, "The criminal who last rioted in the north of the capital has been arrested." A second voice, perhaps his own thought, humorously adds, "And the hot springs are just warm for the wounded." Liana, eyes wide in disbelief, listens as the mustachioed man excitedly shares his ideas while holding a newspaper that seems to confirm his theories. "My conclusions were correct. You are an informer, an intermediary," he exclaims, connecting the dots that only he can see. A mustachioed man reads a newspaper, engrossed in a dramatic story about the newsman's exploits. These words tell of a terrible past, of suffering and persecution that ended only with the intervention of a pandemic, a story full of twists and turns and shadows. In a bright and elegant hall, Liana and others are present at a serious meeting. A man with a mustache quietly contemplates, hinting at an important event to come, while others around him are engrossed in paperwork, oblivious to the undercurrents at play. Leaning back with a mental expression, the mustachioed man muses aloud, "Maybe it's a good thing the criminal was finally caught." His strange statement hangs in the air, hinting at a complex web of motives and consequences. In a stunning confrontation, a monstrous, ethereal creature towers over the kneeling Dorian, both shrouded in darkness. The creature pronounces judgment on the followers as Dorian looks up, challenge and fear mixed in his expression. "How is that good?" evokes a quiet, detached voice, emphasizing the surreal horror of the moment. Dorian muses out loud, reflecting on the difficulty of meeting someone, reflecting on the risks involved from a different perspective. Liana feels conflicted and, realizing it's time to go, asks if Dorian is going too. Liana reluctantly expresses her preference to avoid even a casual meeting with a certain personality. In the spacious hall, Liana seems to doubt the ease of killing someone, to which Dorian reacts ambiguously, hinting at insecurity. Under the cover of night, Liana and Dorian stand by a building decorated with a flag as a guard approaches, holding out a letter. As someone holds out a sealed letter, Dorian remarks to Liana that it has been a long time since she received any correspondence. Liana stands thoughtfully under the starry night sky with a letter in her hand, hinting at the connection between the letter and her past. Opening the letter, Liana was surprised to find that it was written, as usually the letters she receives are blank. Finally, Liana reads a heartfelt greeting in the letter, which seems to ask how she's doing and fondly calls her sister. Liana looks thoughtful, her purple eyes clouded with worry, clutching a quill. "That's all?" she wonders, pondering over the elegant text of the note, which cannot calm her anxious thoughts. In a room decorated with flowers, Liana's hand curves gracefully as she writes an invitation, her delicate text framed in an elaborate frame. "Will this be enough?" she thinks, feeling a palpable self-doubt. Dorian's expressive face is partially shown as he stands in shadow, and an ominous atmosphere emanates from the panel. Blood drips from his hand, a stark contrast to the pristine rose next to him. Its cryptic message hints at a dark, commanding presence. The rain stopped, bringing calm to the sun-drenched fortress. "It's good, but..." hints at the constant worry despite the break in the storm, hinting that not all is well within the stone walls. Liana, frightened, sits in a luxurious room. A feast is arranged in front of her. Surrounded by an array of delicacies, her expression betrays her bewilderment as she grapples with the unexpected turn of events. Dorian, framed by soft light and cherry blossoms, offers a measured look. His presence is both enigmatic and compelling, posing an unspoken question that hangs in the air between them. In the sunlit living room, Liana sits disheveled among broken dishes, her distress evident. "Why me?" she exclaims, searching for an answer to the chaos that has broken the peace around her. With a cup of tea in her hand, Liana's face softens. Gentle curiosity touches her features. "Then why did you summon me?" she asks, her tone mixing wariness with a hint of warmth. The gift box, elegant and understated, lies open to reveal delicate floral earrings. "For you, Liana," a voice whispers as the gifts arrive, signaling a mysterious gesture of intent. Dorian's profile is calm as he relays his brother's warning to Liana. His words, "Oh, yes," echo wrapped in the complexities of family expectations and unspoken rules. The pink-haired Liana realizes why she is being addressed by name and takes a sip of her drink with a surprised and uncomfortable look. Her inner monologue reflects confusion and irritation. Next, Dorian, a man with short white hair, expresses his gratitude for the kindness received. He also mentions the gratitude of his brother and father, but is met with a confused reaction from an off-screen character who questions his thinking. Liana contrasts one's kindness with another, reflecting on the difference in the blue environment. She is struck by the realization that the visual effect of shock indicates. Liana is depicted in a calm moment, emphasizing the good-naturedness of the people around her. She reflects this feeling with a gentle smile, holding a cup of tea in a light and flowery atmosphere. Liana accepts the deal, although it comes with unwanted attention from bullies. She seems to understand the situation, but is clearly not happy about it. A man shown in warm light showing a rare smile. This moment seems to capture Liana's surprise, indicating that this is an unusual expression for him. Liana contemplates Dorian's amorous demeanor, assuming that even then he will remain aloof. Its contemplation takes place in a radiant, soft environment. A man can be seen close up, gently sniffing a flower. This intimate scene is bathed in warm light, hinting at a softer side of his character. The ninth painting moves to the next day, showing a majestic building bathed in sunlight, indicating a new stage or event about to unfold. In the final scene, a woman, framed by a window and outside, comments on the beautiful weather and how long it has been since they enjoyed a day like this. She is relaxed and smiling, radiating a sense of carefree happiness. Liana beams with excitement as she praises Dorian's future appearance, imagining him to be gorgeous. He playfully dismisses her flattery with a nonchalant, "Oh, stop!" Standing amidst the classical architecture of their school, Dorian, puzzled, questions the presence of elite forces in their usually peaceful surroundings. His request hangs in the air, unanswered. A veil of sadness envelops Dorian when he hears rumors that elite soldiers are here to protect against a particularly dangerous criminal, hinting at his own troubled past. With a hint of concern in her voice, Liana suggests asking the officers to better understand the situation. The look on her face shows her concern for the safety of their community. As the sunlight seeps in, Liana's anxiety grows. She questions the effectiveness of patrolling during the day rather than at night when visibility is low, emphasizing her logical thinking. Suddenly, Dorian feels a gaze on him and looks up, asking if he is the focus of anyone's attention, adding a sense of mystery to the scene. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Liana learns from the officers that Dorian is involved in a criminal investigation, a revelation that leaves her visibly stunned and confused. Her face clouded with disbelief, Liana confronts Dorian about his sudden change in demeanor, his withdrawn stance hinting at secrets he has yet to share. The atmosphere turns dark as Dorian stands alone with an expression of regret and sadness, pondering why Liana ran away from him, his posture speaking volumes about his inner turmoil. Liana stands accusingly, her words implying that she believes Dorian has done something wrong. He looks on from the ground, confused and defensive, insisting that he is innocent of any such act. During the sudden change in atmosphere, Dorian is surrounded by a cascade of flowers, reflecting a more cheerful or dreamy state. He teases Liana, playfully getting her to admit she did something, but she only responds with a shocked, "What?" and the comical, "Oi!" Liana seems pensive, her gaze averted, which suggests an internal conflict or reluctance to reveal something. She says cryptically that Dorian is fine and dismisses the need for further explanation, implying that there is more to the surface. Dorian's face shows pain and confusion under the floral overlay, signifying a mixture of emotions. He asks Liana why she took so long, his tone mixed with concern and longing, and she doesn't appear or answer, increasing the tension. Liana stands in the doorway, a mixture of anticipation and hesitation on her face, muttering a low, "Well," as she seems to be about to make a decision. Dorian looks up, his blue eyes strained and sad as he confesses in a speech bubble that he's been waiting for her, but she hasn't come. Out of the blue, Liana asks Dorian directly if this is the last time he comes here, while Dorian, taken aback, doubts her sudden assertion. A moment of vulnerability is shared as Liana reaches out to touch Dorian's hand, her bubble of speech revealing her fear of being scarred by their situation. her touch gentle but full of emotion. Tears form in Liana's eyes as she struggles with her feelings, her inner monologue asking how one can remain indifferent in such an intense moment. Dorian's affection for Liana is evident as he quietly speaks of her as his salvation, while doubting his worthiness of her gratitude. The mood turns hopeful when Liana stoops to Dorian's level and suggests they go together next time, an offer that seems to lift his spirits. Liana's face breaks into a smile, her eyes shining with a new idea as she excitedly shares her idea with Dorian, leaving him visibly moved. In the final panel, Liana seeks a more personal connection, first asking Dorian what she should call him, seeking to move beyond formalities and approach intimacy. Trees sway in the sunlit courtyard, and a prestigious building towers over it, evoking a sense of grandeur and academicism. Liana, with bright pink hair and a confident demeanor, ponders something funny with her arms crossed and a knowing smile playing on her lips. She seems to be teasing Dorian by playfully asking about his actions. Dorian, a young man with short gray hair and piercing blue eyes, was caught off guard by Liana's sudden greeting. His expression is a combination of surprise and mild distress as he sits on the bench trying to regain his composure. Looking down from the stairs, Liana seems pensive, her gaze distant. There is a seriousness in her demeanor that suggests she is pondering important matters, possibly related to the use of forbidden magic. In a royal setting, Dorian stands in elegant attire, surrounded by nobility. However, his reflection shows his normal self, hinting at a hidden reality that only he knows. Dorian's hands are bound in mystical cuffs, his face a mixture of confusion and realization as he examines them closely. Liana's hand rests soothingly on his, her touch gentle but firm. A tense scene unfolds as Dorian falls to the ground, overwhelmed by an unseen force. Liana stands in shock as she witnesses the unexpected turn of events that leaves Dorian in agony. Liana finally thanks the dark figure for the explanation, her face softening with gratitude. However, her eyes express concern, hinting at the deep concern she feels for Dorian's well-being. Calmly and composedly, Liana states that it probably shouldn't have been shown, implying that the vague action doesn't make much of an impression, especially for the audience. The character is confused when Liana excitedly asks if anyone has liked her. Context involves social interaction that is both unexpected and potentially unwanted. With concern etched on her face, Liana wonders if Dorian is okay, indicating that she cares for his well-being amidst what appears to be a chaotic or unsettling situation. Dorian is engulfed in a dramatic surge of energy, his name called out in alarm by an off-screen character as he seems to either channel or be overwhelmed by a powerful force. The scene depicts Dorian in distress, caught in a dynamic vortex of energy that throws him back sharply, emphasizing a moment of intense action and conflict. Anxiety and worry are evident on Dorian's face as he is enveloped in a mysterious light, suggesting that he is the object of considerable attention or action. Liana is commanding attention, asking people to back off, probably trying to control the situation and ensure safety. In a tense and dynamic moment, Dorian, bound by what appears to be a restraining force, struggles desperately against the situation as his silhouette contrasts sharply with the armor around him. Anton, who is identified as the captain of the guard, loudly orders calm among the panic-stricken crowd, presumably in response to the drama unfolding with Dorian. With an emphatic shout, Dorian orders a halt to the action in progress, offering to assume an authoritative role amid the chaos that surrounds him. In a foggy cityscape, Liana screams for someone to stop, her voice full of panic. The scene is tense. Her words seem as if they are felt in the cold air. Sitting atop a building, Dorian looks down, his expression grim and determined. Below, the man is on his knees, defeated, as Liana pleads with the victor, Dorian, to stop his advance. From afar, Liana sees Dorian's unparalleled strength, a mix of awe and fear in her eyes. She is struck by the sheer power emanating from him. Dorian stands in a flurry of energy, his eyes sharp and piercing. He is compared to a wild beast, unrestrained and fierce. Electricity crackles around Dorian, coursing through his body as he leaps into action. Power surges like a living being, hinting at a deeper power within. With a gentle smile, Liana seems mesmerized by Dorian's gaze, her heart moved by the intensity of the moment they shared. Surrounded by a vortex of energy, Liana keeps herself and tells someone to give an order, her voice a mixture of frustration and concentration. Struggling against an unseen force, Dorian is consumed with determination, his face a mask of concentration and desperation as he fights on. Liana stands there in surprise, muttering, "What the—" with a look of confusion on her face, a lull before a special turn of events. As the situation escalates, Liana yells, "Lie down!" as she yanks the blue rope violently. Dorian is at the reception, his posture straining to act. In the pouring rain, Dorian lies prostrate, clutching the rope that connects him to Liana, grim determination on his face. The tension is palpable. Liana, her eyes wide with shock, exclaims, "What's really going on?" Down below, Dorian lies defeated, the rope loosened. The scene hints at an unforeseen catastrophe. Faced with a phalanx of armored guards, Liana stands confused, her thought bubble reading, "What kind of stupid situation is this?" perfectly conveys her surprise. With a pained expression on her face, Liana says, "Pass out." A simple but profound awareness of her difficult circumstances. Dorian sits surrounded by paw prints as Liana scolds, "Don't bite your nails!" asking who taught him the habit, the air filled with reproaches. Liana covers her face in panic, wondering when the once heroic Dorian has turned into a dog, her mind racing with confusion. Bathed in the glow of heaven, Dorian admits to a talent for causing aggression in dogs, his image calm but mysterious against a light background. Liana, with her back to the armored figures, whispers, "And it is right," as Dorian confirms with a sly, "Indeed," setting up a scene of enigmatic agreement. In a swirl of bubbles and flowers, Dorian's eyes widen in surprise, his lips parting to form the word, "You?" A sound of disbelief and confusion. Liana stares off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on her face as she contemplates the sudden change. Her internal dialogue reveals that the main character has taken on a beastly form that was never discussed in the book. Liana, calm and graceful, understands that her next step is to meet with the store manager, even as the brawny figure in front of her delivers this instruction with a sense of urgency. While Liana regrets not being able to close her eyes to the reality she wishes she could not see, she informs the underling that the store manager is not there, assuring her that she will lead them as soon as he arrives. In a moment of peace, Dorian touches his forehead, a puzzled gesture. He reflects on the lack of windows in the space and wonders if there was a similar situation in the past. The man in armor expresses his confusion to Liana, sharing his thoughts on the strange phenomenon associated with the unfamiliar chant and the lack of expected transformations. Liana stands confidently, her posture reflecting her readiness to face the next challenge, though the dialogue hints at the underlying problem with the prisoner they are facing. Contemplating, Liana touches her earring as she ponders her own feelings of joy and anxiety, feelings that have been with her since the beginning of the day. In a lighter moment, Liana's smile reassures the armored man, her simple statement of yes cutting through his anxiety, dispelling the tension with her calm demeanor. Liana and Dorian share a moment of silent intimacy, only the hum of the city and the unspoken capturing the pause in their world. Baldy confidently tells Liana that it's time to return Dorian to the cell, asking for her help. Liana agrees without hesitation, her chibi expression hinting at an inner reluctance despite her outward compliance. Dorian looks at Liana with surprise and a slight hint of concern, perhaps sensing the change in atmosphere indicated by her stiff body language. In a gentle gesture, Dorian holds Liana's hand surrounded by flowers that seem to capture the sweetness of the moment. A sudden change of scene. Liana is standing alone in a darker space when a bald man orders her to hurry back, to which she responds in the affirmative. Liana sits depressed in the solitude of the night. The single syllable "oh" personifies the feeling of unsurpassed emotions. She apologizes to Dorian, who is under a magical spell, claiming that she was unaware of the abuse he was being subjected to. Dorian, trapped by the spell, looks out in shock, only the word, like his soft cry. Dorian tries to reassure or perhaps charm Liana by asking if she likes magic, despite the visible suffering it has caused her. In a softly lit room, Liana stands by an exquisite, mystical portal, her eyes downcast, gently touching it. She speaks with gentle hope, asking if it would be possible to feel at least one positive emotion. In the pale blue light, Liana lovingly caresses Dorian's head, looking down at him with warmth in her eyes. He looks up, a mixture of surprise and relief on his face. Against a backdrop of bright flowers, Liana and Dorian are very close, their faces inches apart. Liana's hand rests gently on Dorian's chest as she assures him there's no need to apologize, her eyes filled with deep concern. In a moment of vulnerability, Liana's cheeks turn red under the glare of the stars. She admits with a shy smile that she enjoyed the prank, finding joy in the unexpected. Liana teases Dorian with a playful smile, asking him if he's thought about when his rash will return. The mood is bright. Her words cause a hint of mischief in the air. With a calm but grim expression on her face, Liana asks Dorian not to treat her so carefully, hinting at a deeper and more dangerous bond between them. Dorian, genuinely impressed, admits that he does not know the intricacies of relationships. His surprise is palpable, emphasizing his naivety. In the dim glow of the room, Dorian's expression hardens as Liana turns away, her hair loose behind her. He was struck by the sudden distance between them. Wrapped in a cocoon of pink flowers, Liana thanks Dorian, asking him to smile at her. Her plea is tender, a plea for light in the midst of emotional complexity. In a whimsical frame decorated with playful drawings, Liana's laugh is infectious, teasingly lifting Dorian's chin. The air is filled with newfound ease and the promise of growing connection. Liana expresses displeasure at the thought of anyone not enjoying her company, doubting that her presence is unwelcome. She seems surprised by this possibility. In a silent movement, the fingers are grasped with a soft grip. An action speaks of intimacy without exchanging words, conveying an unspoken understanding between two individuals. Dorian, with his back turned, gives a simple but affirmative answer to a question we are unfamiliar with, his brevity indicating either comfort in their relationship or an avoidance of deeper discussion. Suddenly, Dorian looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and vulnerability. A plea hangs in the air, a hopeful plea for the promise of another visit. With a shy smile and teasing tone, Liana refuses to make any promises, her playful demeanor showing that she likes this light-hearted joker with Dorian. Meanwhile, in a large office decorated with luxurious details, the scene suggests a change of scenery to a place of power and decision-making. A mysterious figure ponders an important question, perhaps a crucial deal, with only the sumptuous details of their clothing visible. In this office, a subordinate hesitates to share potentially disappointing news, hinting at a difficult situation that goes beyond the immediate conversation. Finally, the authority figure demands an explanation, his posture and facial expression radiating a sense of urgency and importance, perhaps expecting an explanation with serious consequences. The man hesitates as he starts to say something, but her words freeze. She looks stunned, unsure of what to say next. In a grand room lined with bookshelves, a man leans over the table and stops writing. His sudden pause suggests that he has either received unexpected news or is carefully considering his next words. A close-up of a man at a table shows his intense gaze behind round glasses. The strict composition of his mouth indicates that he is worried or dissatisfied with the situation. The man, who looks gloomy with a slight frown, seems determined as he says that he will meet someone. Her determination is clear in her eyes and her set jaw. The man orders someone to send the medicine, his authoritative tone unmistakable as he stands resolutely asserting his command of the room. A quill lies abandoned on the table. Ink spills from it. This image evokes a sense of interruption or sudden cessation of work. Liana screams uncontrollably. Her facial expression expresses anxiety, and her body language suggests rapid movement. She seems to be calling someone or reacting to an unexpected event. A man with short white hair, presumably Dorian, squints against the bright light covering his eyes. He seems to have been caught off guard, like a sudden revelation or blinding truth. Liana, depicted in a more playful and attractive chibi style, exclaims happily as she hugs the little creature. Her eyes are full of affection, and this scene is light and sweet. Liana looks longingly at the lollipop in her hand. The text asks if you can help with the groceries, indicating a conversation that seems to combine everyday life with fantastical elements. A stern man with a bald head makes a strong statement that he has not yet found alternatives for containment. He calls the continuation of deliveries a temporary measure until the return of the navigator. In a softly lit scene, a pink-haired Liana broods while clutching a donut. She is relieved that the deliveries haven't been canceled after all the chaos, contrary to her initial beliefs. The panel cuts to a bright, flower-framed moment where a young man with gray hair expresses his confusion over the order. Despite his clarity, he still creates problems for the guards, highlighting his difference from humans. Liana, poised and professional in a white coat, listens intently to the kneeling figure of the boy. The peaceful park around them contrasts with the stern guards in the background as she agrees to help. A distant voice greets Liana by name, drawing attention to the tranquil setting of the historic building, hinting at the character's expected return. With an appreciative smile, the guard thanks Liana for her help today and promises to inform the guard, a moment that feels both cordial and formal. The conversation gets a little tense as Liana is struck by the mention of Rena's surprise visit, causing Dorian to stand up. Finally, the guard assures Liana to wait a moment longer as he will be back soon, leaving her in quiet contemplation in the bright open space. Under a clear blue sky, Dorian opens his eyes, puzzled by the morning light, and Liana playfully asks if he's just waking up. In a city bathed in morning hues, Liana tugs at Dorian's arm, urging him to seize the day, wondering if there is anything better than the world around them. A sudden misstep leads to a moment of surprise as Dorian stumbles but regains his composure, much to Liana's hidden amusement. Against the backdrop of the city, Dorian lifts Liana up in an impromptu display of affection, their faces flushed with the heat of the moment. As the bluebird chirps idyllically above, Liana corrects Dorian's misunderstanding, blushing, declaring that she only meant to sit next to him, not in his arms. Dorian, blushing with embarrassment, expresses his feelings about the unexpected events of the day, while Liana sits quietly, a mixture of emotions on her face. Gently holding onto the bench, Liana looks thoughtfully into the distance as the world around blossoms in spring. Side by side, Dorian and Liana share a moment of quiet intimacy, surrounded by the soft glow of spring and the silent language of their intimacy. In profile, Dorian looks contemplative against the lush greenery, his thoughts as elusive as the changing light around him. As the sun shines through the trees, Liana laughs, her voice like music as she playfully teases that someone must have organized such an amazingly wonderful day. Bathed in the gentle morning glow, Liana and Dorian find solace on a park bench, their bare feet touching the cool ground as they experience a moment of intimacy, far from the hustle and bustle of their everyday lives. At the academy, an authority figure, regal in his emerald jacket adorned with intricate gold designs and a lavish brooch, questions Dorian's absence from his academic duties, showing a mixture of concern and reprimand in his tone. The stately academy rises, its imposing stone edifice mesmerizing with awe and history, while a figure, still shrouded in the prestige of its position, looks up, perhaps reflecting on the daily encounters or the weight of knowledge it holds. When the next day dawns, light pours through the large windows, promising new stories. Liana waits in a sunlit room where the decor whispers of luxury and learning, an invitation to the dance of everyday life at the academy. In a room filled with the warmth of laughter and the soft clink of china, Liana enjoys a light meal, her poise unruffled by the surprising revelations shared, her expression a mix of amusement and sophistication. The conversation flows in a gentle brook as Liana and the authority figure exchange anecdotes around an elaborately set table, their dialogue piercing the intricacies of their complex relationship and the unspoken truth that hangs in the air. Liana's pure and bright laugh rings out as she shares a light moment, her hilarity a stark contrast to the seriousness that often dominates the hallowed halls of academia. In a silent conversation rich with substance, the stern gaze of an authority figure meets Liana's poised demeanor, a momentary clash of perspectives that speaks volumes about their respective places in this world of tradition and change. Liana sits, her elegance unaffected by the casual nature of the conversation, while the truths and delusions of her life are discussed with a detachment that suggests both privilege and loneliness. At the end of the day, Liana broods over her brother's misconceptions, her thoughts a complex tapestry of family expectations and will to live, written in her own hand. Liana presses the cup decisively, unaware of the consequences of her desire. Her thin fingers betray the tension of her decision. The man, radiating a calm demeanor with carefully coiffed gray hair, declares that the rules can be changed and expanded in light of circumstances. His authority is obvious, but he speaks without looking at Liana. With a blush spreading across her cheeks, Liana looks flustered and surprised, asking why she's the subject of conversation when she's supposedly under contract. There's a subtle dominance in the way Dorian bites down on his glasses that suggests Liana treats a certain person like a pet, her gaze piercing but indifferent. Liana's voice trembles. She asks, "Do you find this funny?" The burden of the situation seems to be weighing on her, the gaiety in her words tinged with deep anxiety. Dorian casually mentions wanting to hear someone else's opinion, not showing much concern for Liana's condition, his aloofness echoing the majesty of his outfit and room, her voice laced with slight sarcasm. Liana comments on the poor relationship between their families while holding a cake that seems to signify the fragility of their truce. Acting as the neutral representative of his family, Dorian looks austere against the elaborate decor, his commitment to his role unspoken but firm. Liana is caught up in a moment of contemplation. Her gaze falls on the delicate object in her hands. The ellipsis hints at unspoken thoughts, and the air is full of tension. The entrance of the Lapin family is heralded by fanfare, and the silhouette of Liana and Dorian, secretly laughing, suggests that not everything is as tense as it seems. Behind the scenes there are hidden arrangements. Surrounded by pastel colors, a small puzzled creature with curly tendril-like ears confronts Liana, who looks at her with a curious but uncomprehending gaze. The creature asks something, leaving a hint of confusion hanging in the air between them. The man makes a subtle suggestion to Liana about enjoying unconventional conversations. He stands confidently with his hand on his chin, radiating intellectual curiosity mixed with charm. Liana, with a look of uncertainty, doubts Dorian's intentions. Her expression is a mixture of intrigue and confusion as she tries to understand the nature of the conversation he's proposing. As Liana walks away, she reflects on her interaction with Dorian, still puzzled by his cryptic words. Her silhouette casts a lonely shadow on the opulent hallway, her mind riddled with unanswered questions. Dorian, a figure of enigmatic appeal, turns out to be the villain's sidekick. He stands bathed in light, a picture of elegance and contemplation, as he sketches schemes behind a veneer of sophistication. Liana finds herself in a large, sunlit corridor. With her back to the viewer, she walks away, enveloped in light cascading through the windows, her figure a solitary presence in the vast space. In a moment of reassurance, Dorian tells Liana that she should be comfortable in their current setting, stressing that her safety is paramount, adding a protective layer to his enigmatic persona. To Liana, poised and collected, Dorian offers a deal shrouded in ambiguity. She is free to do as she pleases, provided she remembers a certain condition, leaving her autonomy intact but limited. Sitting alone on a bench, Liana ponders a situation that clearly worries her. The blue hue of the scene reflects her inner turmoil and the gravity of her predicament. Liana's thoughts reveal the troubling connection between her family and her enemies, adding layers to her complex world and the difficult circumstances in which she finds herself. Her expression is one of contemplation and concern. Liana stands confused as to why Renat, who seems like a significant figure, has been sidelined. Her excitement turns into a soft scream, her fists clenched tightly. Next, she looks at the rain, confusion softening her face as she ponders out loud about the nature around her, the raindrops adding a layer of mystery. Dorian is then seen in distress, his face in his hands, suggesting that he may have fallen into despair or exhaustion, with a caption suggesting a cycle of sleep and agitation. In a moment of hesitation, Liana debates whether to check on someone, perhaps Dorian, showing concern and uncertainty as she stands at the door marked with the number 7. Liana's silhouette is framed by tall architecture and mist, creating the feeling that she is small against the grandeur and complexity of her surroundings. Her face is fixed in a moment of surprise, her eyes wide and a soft, indicating that she might have heard or seen something unexpected. Dorian is found in a strange state, slumped by a window with a comment about a strange atmosphere, hinting at something disturbing unfolding. Surprised by Liana's presence, Dorian greets her, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity, clearly not expecting her arrival. Finally, Liana's expression changes to concern as she asks Dorian if something is wrong, the atmosphere tense with unspoken anxieties. Liana stands with a pensive look, the ambient sound of distant melancholy hinting at an unseen presence. Her inner dialogue hints at a mysterious encounter in the past, while her hand gently touches a vial in her coat pocket, an object of obvious significance. The sudden focus on the polished shoes coming down the stairs conveys an important point. Precise details in their design indicate a character of order and intention, signaling an approach of paramount importance to the unfolding of the narrative. A gruesome scene unfolds as Dorian lies prostrate with his arm outstretched with bloodstains on his white sleeve. The shock and suddenness of his fall is punctuated by a dramatic flash of light that represents a moment of violence and unexpected betrayal. Liana's alarmed expression and raised voice convey the urgency of the moment. Her cry for Dorian is filled with panic and fear, indicating a deep concern for his well-being amidst the chaos. In a moment of calm, Liana looks down at the fallen Dorian, a soft blue hue enveloping them. Her care is palpable, his vulnerability contrasted with her need to protect. Dorian's face breaks into a smile, his joy evident despite the circumstances. There is a sense of relief, or perhaps grim acceptance, of a situation that is both terrifying and strangely comical to him. Liana, clutching the book, ponders a passage that describes the protagonist's ongoing ordeal of abuse, hinting at a personal connection or foreshadowing her own story. An ominous figure emerges, shadowed and framed by decorative luxury. His appearance, marked by harsh features and a cold gaze, suggests a significant and possibly threatening presence in Liana's story. In a touching embrace, Liana and Dorian lock in a moment of tender vulnerability, surrounded by the ethereal glow of morning light. The fragility of the scene stands in stark contrast to the violence that preceded it. Liana clings to Dorian, her emotions running high as she decides not to leave him. The petals falling around them emphasize the delicacy of the moment, a peaceful interlude amidst the turmoil. Liana stands next to Dorian with a tense expression on her face as she senses that the guards will not provide the medical attention the text says. Their faces almost touching, the bubble indicating a soft sound from Dorian's lips. In the dimly lit prison corridor, Liana rushes away, her back to Dorian. The scene conveys her persistence and determination, portrayed with a dynamic sound effect that heightens the tension of the moment. Liana has a moment of panic when she realizes that she has no medicine. The text frames her thoughts, her clenched fist and determined gaze reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Torn between determination and uncertainty, Liana looks down as she considers her next move. Text, letter, explodes, representing a sudden idea or realization that flashes into her mind. A series of mysterious bottles with text is displayed, suggesting the passage of time and the final relaxation of tension. It gives a sense of time and anticipation. The man confronts Liana, a mixture of worry and confusion on his face. He questions her deeply about her interest in Dorian, as evidenced by the dialogue in the text. Under the dark night, Liana stands over Dorian, who is sprawled on the ground. The stark contrast between light and dark emphasizes the anxiety visible in Liana's posture. As Liana looks at the locked door, a sense of humility fills her. She does not want to see someone named Adrian in such a state as the text conveys her thoughts. Dorian, wounded and covering his face, recoils from something unseen. His pose and scattered sound effects convey a mixture of pain and defensiveness. Dorian notices the eye injury, realizing that this is no ordinary wound. The text around it emphasizes the sudden and disturbing nature of this discovery. Liana prepares for what she must do, pointing out that it may hurt, but it is necessary, showing her determination in the face of pain. She is visibly exhausted, wiping her forehead, expressing that her physical limit has been reached as she notes complete blood loss. Liana prepares a healing salve, ordering that any pain be reported to her, her focus on caution evident in her handling of the medicine. Dorian looks up, surprised and touched by her concern, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he asks why she's smiling, a feeling of relief between them. Dorian stands surrounded by a cascade of delicate flowers, a discreet question on his lips. "Why are you smiling?" Her confidence blossoms like the flowers around her. Dorian's expression softens in blush, the floral atmosphere echoes his shy awareness, and Liana's playful teasing hangs in the air. As Liana carefully applies the salve, Dorian's face shows a mixture of discomfort and gratitude, showing that he appreciates the care despite the bite. Finally, Liana ponders the remaining medicine, her practicality shining through as she considers their next step in healing. In a softly lit scene, Liana stares in wonder at a shiny, mysterious potion, her hand tentatively hovering over it. She comments on its origin, suggesting that it is from an unexpected source, and even hunters would want such an item. Liana reflects on Dorian's considerate nature as he sent her every medicine possible to treat her wounds. She stands holding the box, her eyes expressing gratitude and surprise, framed by delicate pink flowers. The panel shows that Liana is almost done with the bandaging. Only her neck and shoulder are left to tend to. Her dedication to the task is evident, and she seems engrossed in her work. A close-up shows Liana's hand trembling slightly as she gently touches the rose-shaped scar on Dorian's neck, her fingers trailing along its edges. Her actions and the soft sigh that escapes her lips convey a mixture of awe and curiosity. Surrounded by the ethereal beauty of white roses, Dorian asks Liana to stop making him feel so alive with her touch, his voice barely a whisper. Their closeness and his vulnerable state create an intimate atmosphere. On a quiet night, the stately manor stands under a starry sky, its classical architecture hinting at the luxury within. Inside, a man named Dorian sits elegantly, his gaze fixed on the letter, the soft glow of the candle casting shadows around him. The letter Dorian is holding has an exquisite text, a poetic invitation that seems to be imbued with deep meaning, signed Liana. Confused by the contents of the letter, Dorian's eyes narrow in thought, his face a mixture of curiosity and caution. Touching elegant fingers to his temple, Dorian shows a moment of vulnerability, his pose betraying an inner struggle. Liana stands defiantly, her pink hair a stark contrast to the cold tones of the room, reprimanding the constant sounds that disturb her. In a whimsical change of pace, Liana and a young man with snow-white hair, presumably Dorian, engage in light-hearted and charming conversation. After the ordeal, Liana wipes her forehead, relief washing over her as she announces the end of the difficult task. In the final scene, Liana, pouting playfully, scolds the young man about the importance of taking medicine, emphasizing caution during illness. Liana pours a glass of water into her mouth with surprise and anxiety on her face, ready to swallow the pill. The tension is palpable as she focuses on the task at hand. The scene shifts to a softer atmosphere, where Liana's face is framed by delicate flowers, and her expression is one of the gentle concern, highlighted by a heart symbol, indicating her care and affection. Suddenly, the mood changes to bewilderment as Dorian looks at him puzzled, not understanding how to swallow the pill, his question hanging in the air symbolized by a question mark. Despite Liana's detailed instructions, Dorian struggles to take the pill, his efforts punctuated by question marks and a period, illustrating the challenge he faces. In a gesture of compassion, Liana offers Dorian help for the first time, realizing that he cannot do it alone. Her willingness to help highlights an important point in their relationship. With tender care, Liana holds Dorian's jaw, gently guiding him. The touch is delicate, which shows her attentiveness and concern for his well-being. When Liana places the pill in Dorian's mouth, telling him not to chew, she is both firm and gentle, her soft tone matched by her firm direction. Dorian is motionless, a moment of trust and vulnerability between them as the flowers recede into the background, emphasizing the intimacy of the action. After that, Liana turns away. A blush of relief or embarrassment appears on her cheeks, a soft "oh" sound, slipping from her lips, marking the end of the delicate ordeal. Liana, with pink hair, looks stunned, while Dorian, a man with short white hair, holds his cheeks in surprise, as if impressed by her bold declaration of affection. The next moment, Liana withdraws her request, jokingly suggesting that she has drunk all the water and could use a bottle, improving the mood with her playful demeanor. Later, Dorian sits alone under the moonlight, regretting that he has to leave early, reflecting on the loneliness that accompanies his role as the protagonist. The next day, the sun shines over the imposing academy, its majestic architecture attesting to the fact that it is a place where many stories intertwine. Liana reflects on her actions the previous day with a tinge of embarrassment, wondering why she acted the way she did in broad daylight. Trying to shake off her regrets, Liana decides to focus on positive thoughts, smiling as she tells herself to think of something pleasant. Admiring the clear sky, Liana notices a message from her brother hidden in a paper airplane, a surprise that distracts her from her inner thoughts. As she unfolds the paper airplane, Dorian peers curiously over her shoulder, intrigued by the contents of the unexpected letter from his brother. Liana carefully reads the letter. The expression on her face is serious and thoughtful. The weight of her brother's words is visible in her concentrated gaze. Bathed in a burst of sunlight, Liana holds the letter, her gaze reflecting a mixture of anticipation and worry. The phrase, "Can he come?" looms over her, indicating that she is considering an important decision. In a luxuriously decorated room, Liana encounters a charismatic man, Doran, who confidently announces his departure and a plan to repay the debt. His high spirits are evident as he assures her with a peace sign that she will like it here. Sitting alone on a park bench, Liana seems lost in thought, questioning her past relationship with her brother prior to his disappearance. A ray of light cuts through the trees, representing a glimmer of hope or perhaps a memory. A mysterious figure lurks behind a tree, barely visible but clearly focused on Liana. This silent observer adds an element of tension and stealth to the scene, leaving Liana invisible to prying eyes. Surprise washes over Doran as he opens his ears, his face a mix of excitement and vulnerability. He happily announces that he has brought cookies, asks if Liana likes them, emphasizing his desire to please. Liana examines the mark on Doran's neck, noting that it seems larger than usual. A close-up of a mysterious symbol hints at a secret or change that may be important to the unfolding events of the story. Liana presents a batch of freshly baked cookies to Liana, who sits under the glowing light. His gesture is one of kindness, a desire to share a simple pleasure, perhaps as a means of connection or apology. Caught in a playful tussle, Liana wrestles Doran to the ground, his attempts to stand thwarted by her amazing strength. The dropped cookie adds a touch of humor to this scene, as Liana's maddened determination contrasts with Doran's playful nature. With a devilish smile, Liana teases Doran to keep his dignity. Her playful sneer contrasts with the serious subtext of preserving her own dignity, adding a light touch to their interaction. The playful banter continues as Liana scolds Doran, who is drenched in sweat from the exertion. Her teasing order, "Don't make a fuss, you haven't seen anything yet," promises new pranks and challenges. Liana watches eagerly as Dorian presents a mysterious book that hints at hidden wonders yet to be discovered. Taking on the role of mentor, Liana proclaims the book to be Dorian's learning tool against a floral background symbolizing growth. Dorian, under Liana's tutelage, mimics her spell, using the moonlit classroom as their witness. A touching moment unfolds as Liana comforts Dorian, assuring him of his royal lineage and their shared destiny. Liana's account of Dorian's fiery encounter with the dragon reveals his face scorched and his clothes burst into flames. Dorian's desperation is palpable, just moments after trying to escape death on the castle grounds. Liana triumphantly recounts her victory over the ferocious dragon as Dorian's childhood imagination comes to life in her narrative. Dorian is moved by Liana's affirmation of his nobility, foreshadowing a curse-free life with his princess. Dorian's satisfied smile signifies his acceptance of Liana's teachings and his own path to self-discovery. Liana hints at a future complication, the imminent arrival of Dorian's older brother, raising curiosity and anxiety. Liana stares thoughtfully at the elegant background, wondering about someone's appearance, while advising herself not to get too familiar with the unseen figure, suggesting a combination of curiosity and caution. As a hand gently ruffles his silver hair, Dorian wonders aloud if he will have the same symptoms, half hoping his appearance will make up for his illness, hinting at a self-deprecating humor amid his anxiety. Playfully placing a cookie in his mouth, Dorian wonders if his visitor has come to check on him or simply out of duty, showing his desire for genuine concern over mere politeness. Liana stands determined to leave, her farewell cutting through the darkness of the room, while Dorian, a cookie between his lips, looks up in surprise and disappointment. Liana's silent profile exudes a sense of humility as she pauses in the doorway, her inner monologue expressing her desire to break free from an invisible but tangible imprisonment. Dorian stands, bathed in a soft glow, his striking blue eyes filled with grave intensity, perhaps reflecting on the complexity of his situation and the emotions engendered by Liana's visit. Several days passed in the sunlit courtyard of the old castle. Banners fluttered gently in the breeze, hinting at recent holidays or significant events that have taken place here. Thoughtfully perched on a park bench, Liana rests her head on her hand in thought. Her inner monologue reflects an unfulfilled expectation, a longing for something that remains elusive. Liana's gaze is off into the distance, her thoughts swirling as she sits alone. She wonders if the words she heard were just words and can't seem to get them out of her mind. The beauty of Liana, surrounded by a floral aura, is undeniable. She seems contemplative, her face soft but thoughtful. As she is absorbed in her own thoughts, the world around her is simply a blur. Liana scoffs at the idea that pink hair defines her, dismissing it with a casual look. An imaginary caricature of herself as a sassy pirate emphasizes her rejection of stereotypes. In the shade of a tree, Liana is deep in thought. Her expectations need to be adjusted. She seems to be aware of the gravity of her desires and the reality she is facing. Shock registers on Liana's face as she experiences a moment of stunning revelation, caught off guard in the midst of her daily routine. Lying in bed, Liana is relaxed and playful, teasing someone with an ease that suggests a close and comfortable relationship. Liana is struck by a sudden yearning, a strong desire that washes over her just after she finishes eating, the need evident in her expression. In the bright moonlight, the real Liana seems to disappear, a ghostly figure lamenting that someone has taken her place, leaving her empty and unreal. Liana sits on a bench, looking up at the grandeur of the cathedral in front of her. She reflects on expectations and the unpredictability of life, reflecting that what awaits her may not be as extraordinary as she imagines. A man with sleek purple hair and stylish glasses appears, his expression of playful boredom as he looks down at something may be engaging in a private joke or thought. In another scene, Liana lies on her back, a soft glow surrounding her, reflecting the delicate shade of her pink hair. She seems relaxed, deep in thought, or perhaps in the middle of a dream. Stunned, Liana looks away, a question in her eyes. "Who is this?" she thinks, probably seeing someone unfamiliar or unexpected for the first time. Liana and Dorian talk together in the park. He says something about the keys that the friends exchanged, causing a look of surprise on Liana's face. She seems to have just found out about this secret. Prisoners are scattered around the territory, going about their daily business. Liana, watched from a distance, reflects on the increased intensity of the academics on this particular day, feeling that the stakes are extremely high. In the warmth of the sunlit park, Jair confidently presents himself, his hand on his heart hinting at sincerity. Standing thoughtfully against the greenery, Jair seemed to have met unexpectedly, his expression a pleasant thought. Under cover of night, Dorian protects Liana, their forms looming in the mystical glow of a fantasy realm, hinting at a tale full of adventure and guardianship. Caught in a candid moment, Jair's profile is illuminated, the sun reflecting off his glasses as he pauses, perhaps mid-conversation. Jair leans down, addressing Liana in a gentle, teasing tone, telling her to relax, his posture casual but attentive. In a moment of vulnerability, Liana's eyes flash with emotion, her anguish palpable as she questions Jair's intentions with a mixture of disbelief and concern. With an air of self-confidence, Jair touches his temple, proud of his selective sociability, his smile hinting at a private joke. Jair watches Liana as she works her way through an emotional revelation, his stance one of interest and respectful distance. Finally, Jair reflects on recent events with a hint of reluctance, his recent escape from prison hanging in the air like a tacit confession. Depicted with a solemn expression and steely gaze, Dorian reflects on his role as more than just Liana's human ally, revealing the depth of his loyalty and devotion as her right-hand man and faithful companion. Shrouded in a mystical aura, Jair exudes a confident and enigmatic charm, his powers as a revered fire sorcerer's apprentice, illuminating his skill and hinting at hidden depths beneath his calm exterior. In a candid moment, Jair confesses his fascination with the elusive unknown, his tone playful yet sincere, betraying an insatiable curiosity and a hint of mischief behind his scholarly demeanor. Among the shadowed passages of the ancient library stands out the silhouette of Jairus, his ability to speak thoughts about wine hinting at a unique and powerful form of enchantment as he holds a glowing orb that seems to contain whispers of arcane knowledge. With a conspiratorial bent, Jair shares a secret with Liana, his hushed tone and knowing smile hinting at a deep bond formed by shared secrets and a mutual understanding that goes beyond common knowledge. In a flashback, Dorian asserts his control over the situation as he dons his armor, confidently assuring that the guard will not be alarmed by the events unfolding, his leadership evident in his calm demeanor. As Liana gazes off into the distance, her eyes reflect a world of complexity, and Jair's realization that the portrayal of her character in the story does not reflect her true self marks a moment of profound understanding. Sitting alone, Dorian ponders a curse old and common to most, his sunken posture and lonely moon hinting at a heavy burden carried in silence, known only to a select few. Jair's casual explanation of the rare knowledge he possesses of the cursed bloodline hints at a hidden history, his relaxed posture and slight smile reflecting confidence in his unique ideas. Liana, caught in a moment of twilight contemplation, asks why Jair chose to trust her, her expression a gentle bewilderment and curiosity, signaling a turning point in her understanding of their story together. Bespectacled Jair wisely points out that once something becomes a part of life, it's not a good thing to talk about it insensitively. In the mythic scene, responsibility for the consequences of the curse is accepted as a temporary measure, a concept represented by the wolf and cloaked figures. Liana, intrigued, questions the relevance of the information Jair is presenting, noting that she is interested in his insights. Dorian, with short gray hair, suffers, trapped by unresolved images from his past, which he expresses with great excitement. Jair coolly points out that even in the face of a monster stalking humans, language remains the chosen medium of communication. Liana tries to understand Jair's intentions, suspecting that they involve more than the story of two-nosed Hadrian. Jair confirms his understanding of what is appropriate for the conversation to progress, while Liana looks on expectantly. Liana listens intently, her eyes watering as she braces herself for the gravity of the revelation to come. Under the dappled light of the trees, Jair, wearing his glasses, feels a mysterious tingling in his hands that he hasn't felt in a long time, signaling that a dormant power is awakening within him. Liana's piercing gaze reveals her skepticism when she learns that Jair needs her soul name to complete a mystical spell, a detail that both intrigues and confuses her. A park bench is silent witness to an intimate conversation as Jair bends over Liana, pondering the mystery of her being chosen for his mysterious endeavors. Dorian lies trapped in a constellation of mysterious symbols, pondering his destiny and wondering if his path is forged by true choice or mere convenience. Contemplating the world before her, Liana ponders the existential question of why she should participate in Jair's mysterious quest. The tension between Jair and Liana is palpable. His words express a sincere promise, hinting at a depth of emotion as yet unexplored, and a pact made deeper than anyone can comprehend. In a world woven together by enchantments, Liana stands transformed, her appearance now a mixture of ethereal grace and regal attire, as if she had stepped out of a timeless fairy tale of sorcery. Sitting alone, Liana struggles with the weight of the spell that could be called at any time, pondering the implications of this newfound power in her hands. The vulnerability in Liana's eyes reflects her inner struggle. Bound by a power beyond her own understanding, she cannot refuse Jair's request. Jair stands resolute, a man marked by determination, clutching the spell he's created, a crystallized intent that must find its home in Liana. Liana stands next to Dorian, her gaze tender. She listens to his instructions. He tells her about how to put something in the case, which has to be secured and activated by kissing the clasp. The scene is intimate, highlighted by blooming flowers surrounding them, hinting at the development of a relationship. In a tighter embrace, Dorian apologizes to Liana, insisting on the need for closeness to create a bond. Liana's eyes reflect a combination of surprise and contemplation, perhaps pondering the implications of being so close to Dorian, as the light around them seems to pulse with the tension of the moment. Liana, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, assures Dorian that she was ready for this, probably referring to the earlier request for intimacy. Her confidence shines through as she declares her readiness, reflecting her dynamic nature. Dorian kneels before Liana in a more casual setting, in daylight. He explains the use of a simple analytical method that probably relates to the mysterious item mentioned earlier. The mood seems calmer, and there is an atmosphere of mutual understanding between them. With a charming smile, Dorian reminds Liana not to forget something, possibly related to their previous conversation. It looks confident and a little playful, the vibe is light, and there's a digital overlay that suggests they might be dealing with technology or experimentation. Under the whimsical glow of the moon, Dorian seems to be instructing Liana on a task to be performed under the moonlight. His expression is serene, and the surrounding cartoon imagery hints at a light-hearted turn in their mysterious endeavors. Under the moonlit sky, Liana ponders whether she lived up to the expectations placed on her. She seems to question the timing, probably due to their nocturnal activities. The presence of a clock and stars signifies the importance of time in their mysterious task. Dorian and Liana share a moment of revelation as Dorian admits that he thought ahead to their current situation. Liana, sitting on a bench, seems to be in a state of awareness or understanding, a step forward in their shared journey. The two are close, hands almost touching in a moment that seems to strengthen their bond. A light shines on their hands, perhaps symbolizing the activation of the mysterious item they discussed, sealing their shared secret. Liana, framed by soft light, looks resolutely. She seems to have accepted the use of the item in question, her expression of determination and acceptance of the path she chose with Dorian. In a world engulfed in magic, Liana examines the mystical bracelet on her wrist, marveling at its intricate design that radiates a captivating energy. As described in the caption, "This is a magical bracelet." Elsewhere, Dorian, with his stylish glasses and purple hair, blossoms, saying that this is his gift to her. His confident demeanor suggests that he knows the importance of the present. Liana ponders the bracelet's possibilities, asking how it could help her, a mixture of curiosity and skepticism in her tone. As she realizes, Liana looks at the bracelet with new understanding and a hint of concern, wondering if its power might be too great or too dangerous. Dorian, ever the eloquent orator, muses philosophically on the ephemeral nature of supernatural phenomena and the cyclical return to normal life, hinting at a deeper knowledge of the bracelet's temporal effects. Time catches up with Liana as she checks her bracelet, perhaps realizing that the moment of parting with Dorian is imminent, her face a mixture of humility and longing. In the parting shot, Dorian turns away, his profile bathed in twilight, leaving Liana with a cryptic farewell. "Until we meet again," hinting at an imminent reunion. Liana sits alone on a bench, the peaceful park around her in stark contrast to the emotional turmoil she must have felt as she contemplated the magical and confusing events of the day. The castle stands tall against the night sky, a silent sentinel of the secrets he has witnessed, including perhaps the magic of Liana's bracelet and the enigmatic figure of Dorian. Liana stands in the dimly lit corridor with a look of humility on her face. She quietly says, "Oh," followed by a text prompt from her phone indicating that the message could not be sent, thus disconnecting her. In the darkness, Dorian sits hunched over, a look of pain on his face as he mutters about the silence that makes the night more beautiful, hinting at a deeper sadness. Liana, draped over an exquisite chair surrounded by a lush floral backdrop, reflects on her love for sleep, even risking being kidnapped in her sleep, revealing a whimsical but cautious side to her. Peeking through the bars of what appears to be a window, Liana expresses her indifference at being taken away deep into the night, hinting at a combination of defiance and acceptance in her fate. Two security guards talk. One tells the other that the cameras work even at night. However, he shares a lesser-known fact that there are actually fewer guards present, hinting at a security breach. One of the guards confides in Liana, whispering the secret that there are no guards in the morning because they are all asleep, revealing an important and risky vulnerability in their schedule. A giant orb is depicted with the instruction, "Activate Habits," highlighted. This juxtaposition of elegant festivity with mechanical routine suggests a controlled or programmed society. During a light-hearted moment, the guards laugh and toast, celebrating the benefits they've been given, taking a break from their duties and peeking into their company. Liana watches from afar, noting that while there are usually many guards around, she only has to deal with about a quarter of them, planning her strategy with this knowledge in mind. Liana, encased in radiating arcane energy, holds a glowing device. With determination in her eyes, she sends the signal, "Okay," indicating readiness for what may happen next. In the realm of mystical allure, Dorian presents 3 spells. The first is the spell of invisibility. He stands regal against the backdrop of celestial motifs, a precious stone glittering in his palm, the embodiment of mysterious power and mysterious poise. The second spell seems to reveal the secrets of the cosmos, opens all locked doors. A delicate hand touches the purple exquisite lock, the complex design of which is illuminated by radiant mystical energy. In a dimly lit corridor, a cloaked figure is advancing purposefully. Soft fabric trails behind, whispering tales of a secret journey through sacred halls where their destination is shrouded in shadow. Liana moves stealthily under the veil of night, a picture of focused intent. She slips unnoticed by watchful eyes, a ghost among the living, her presence revealed only by the shift of her hood. The story turns to an authoritative person. His face is stern but fair. It is Dorian, his sharp gaze revealing a mind as sharp as the uniform he wears, a silent sentinel against the unseen. In the guarded corridors, Liana overhears two soldiers talking, covering her breath with her hand. Although she stands but steps back, they don't notice her closeness. Her charms remain strong. The same soldiers reproach each other for the noise. Their suspicion is unfounded. Liana, close enough to her, remains an unseen apparition, her breath the only sign of her existence. As the reality of her invisibility sets in, Liana is struck by a wave of isolation. Standing among the guards, she reflects on her loneliness in this invisible state, her vulnerability covered by magic. Liana continues her silent journey, every step a testament to her determination. A lonely journey sounds not only with footsteps, it hums with the potential of what may unfold next. The overseer returns unexpectedly early, his silhouette a harbinger of changing currents. His arrival is as silent as the questions hanging in the air, the answers to which may soon be revealed. In a richly detailed room, Renat leans back, his brown hair framing a contemplative face. His eyes, covered by glasses, carry the burden of unspeakable thoughts. He reflects on the tense atmosphere in the capital, acknowledging the chaos that inevitably ensues. The unspoken weight of his responsibilities seems to hang in the air as he ponders. Who knows? Meanwhile, Liana, with bright pink hair cascading down, pauses in thought. The guards discuss in the background, unaware that she is eavesdropping. She ponders the unusualness of the treasures that have arrived, a suspicious frown accenting her delicate features. Her thoughts are as shrouded in mystery as her presence in the dimly lit hallway. In a moment of sharp realization, Liana's piercing blue eyes widen beneath her hood. The cold night air does not quell the storm brewing in it. Her mind whirls, wondering if Renat is back. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her next move. Outside, under the starry sky, Renat stands tall and calm. His dark and regal clothes are decorated with intricate patterns that speak of his status. In this moment of solitude, the night envelops him, and he is the image of a man who keeps many secrets. The emblem in the background, a silent witness to his lonely figure. Liana stands in the shadows, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. She overheard a conversation about Dorian, a man described as kind, attractive, and balanced. Behind is a figure surrounded by roses and thorns with the focus on a framed photograph. It is mentioned that this man was always adoring when Dorian was ill. Liana is depicted in a more detailed illustration under the night sky, looking pensive and a little cheerful. She seems to be considering her next move. She stands, shrouded in darkness, with a pensive expression on her face. Liana's monologue suggests that she made sure that Dorian did not hear her approach. During the surprise encounter, Liana is seen from behind, facing the man, who was surprised to see someone else there. He asks if anyone is present, unaware of Liana's proximity. The man turns to Liana, wariness in his eyes. She warns him about the dangers of using a certain type of magic, her face half in shadow, half illuminated by an eerie light. A look of pain crosses the man's face as he feels the effects of Liana's powerful magic, sending arcs of energy coursing through him. As the man falls, Liana stands tall, her cloak billowing around her. She looks down, a mixture of pleasure and thought on her face. A smug Liana recalls her act, calling it an exciting hunt. She is confident in her victory, a smile plays on her lips. A close-up of the door, Liana's fingers touching the frame thoughtfully, as if considering her next move after the collision. Liana, with pale, pink hair partially shadowed by her hood, gazes out with a pensive expression, her violet eyes reflecting a flicker of deep thought or distant anxiety. Soft lighting caresses her face, emphasizing her gentle but mysterious appeal. Dorian stands partially with his back to us, his gray hair contrasting sharply against the dark background. The tattoos on his neck, visible under his collar, hint at a rebellious or mysterious side. His posture is relaxed, but there is tension in the air, as if he is pondering something very important. In a burst of cheerfulness, Liana's face is framed by a circle of blooming flowers. Her wide-mouthed smile and twinkle in her eye radiate pure pleasure. The illustration is full of color and energy, capturing a moment of carefree happiness. The surprise on Dorian's face is palpable when he suddenly freezes against the background of delicate flowers. There is a sense of sudden joy, or perhaps disbelief, as his mouth drops open and his eyes widen, emphasizing the sudden change in his emotions. There is a softness in Dorian's expression, a hint of vulnerability as he seems to be listening intently. His blue eyes are full of intelligence and understanding, indicating a depth of character that goes beyond mere appearance. A close-up of Liana shows her with a serious expression, her eyes conveying determination. She seems to be in a hurry, but there is hesitation in her gaze, as if she is torn between wanting to stay and wanting to go. Dorian sprawled on the ground, looking up with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. The future touch of the hand speaks of an intimate or critical moment that is about to unfold between him and someone else. In his open palm, Dorian holds a small, delicately tied bag, a gift that promises something extraordinary. Soft light and shadows play around the contours of his hand, emphasizing the gentle gesture of offering. In a glowing room bathed in light, silhouettes hint at grandeur beyond the ordinary, as if caught in a moment from an ancient fairy tale. Among them is Liana's elegant figure, loose white hair, which speaks of the rarity of a meeting between a real couple. Beneath the soft violet haze, Dorian pleads for discretion about the embellishment of secrets, putting a finger to his lips, the universal sign of keeping secrets, his eyes hidden behind round glasses. Liana's pink hair frames a face of awareness and awe. "Can I know everything after I eat it?" she wonders, voicing her anxiety about the risk, her heart uncertain. Amidst a food-strewn backdrop, the air filled with questions of purpose, Dorian's curiosity is piqued as he innocently asks, "Why do I need this?" And Liana, annoyed, wonders about the senselessness of his actions. In a sudden outburst, Liana cannot fathom someone's frivolity. Her disappointment is clear and palpable. Her purple eyes will convey more than words, and emotions rage like a storm. Dorian ponders the gravity of his actions as he ponders the consequences of grasping the mysterious object before him, his blue eyes reflecting his inner turmoil. With a mixture of shock and tenderness, Dorian assures that nothing bad has happened to him, while floral patterns bloom in the background, reflecting the tenderness of the moment. In a calm but charged conversation, Liana questions her own judgment, still enveloped in a gentle glow, her suspicion and wisdom fighting to dominate her. There is a truce, albeit a temporary one, as Dorian sides with Liana for the time being, but the future remains as uncertain as the quicksand of time, and quick decisions are needed. As the night embraces them, Dorian ponders Liana's request, the cool moonlight reflecting the tone of the moment of choice, the orb held delicately to his lips. Liana curiously peers over Dorian's shoulder, who contemplates the candy with a mixture of intrigue and hesitation. His thoughts, though not voiced, reflect on the aroma that awaits him. With soft assurances, Dorian is urged not to be so careful. They encourage him to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. As Dorian succumbs to the experience, closing his eyes in surrender, Liana stares at him. The question hanging between them is, why does he trust her so much? Her words, filled with surprise, testify to the deepening of their ties. The moment intensifies. Liana leans in, her whisper almost audible, prompting Dorian to call closure in his mind, the final step in their ritual together. The air is thick with anticipation as their story unfolds silently. Dorian, eyes closed, is full of this feeling, his face relaxed but expressive under the cascade of soft light. He seems to reach a place of clarity, covered by heavenly radiance. Dorian's eyes widen as the atmosphere changes. A startling discovery comes to her. As the room is bathed in red, Dorian's features stand out in stark, unsettling contrast, a sudden turn that changes everything. In a quick movement, Liana reaches out to support the stumbling Dorian, her movements fluid with worry. The intimacy of their bond is palpable, and her care is as physical as it is emotional. Her voice rings with a note of reproach. The pain was supposed to be fleeting. Liana's words reveal a shared secret, a hint of vulnerability as she faces the unexpected. Their hands clasped together, their fingers intertwined, a silent conversation of trust and dependence. Light characters hover above, symbols of their unique communication. For a moment of confusion, Liana's face mixed with surprise and realization. There is an unspoken dialogue that fills the space between them. The third figure enters the story. Her expression is contemplative. His casual demeanor belies the importance of his observations, adding another layer to the unfolding drama. In the serene lunar setting, Dorian stands expectantly, his icy gaze fixed on something unseen. A sense of anticipation fills the air as he utters a silent plea for a speedy return, words unspoken hanging between him and the night. Dorian, with his ethereal white hair and striking features, leans towards him with a quizzical expression, as if doubting Liana's intentions. Liana looks at him, surprised, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, the air full of unspoken questions. The scene becomes tense as Dorian's eyes, full of earnest pleading, search Liana's face for an answer. His voice, low and insistent, asks where she is going, his request hanging in the silence, waiting for her answer. Tensions rise as Liana pleads with Dorian to let her go. Her gaze, both bewildered and pleading, seeks understanding, while his refusal to let go is apparent if unspoken. Under the gaze of countless stars, Dorian's demeanor softens as he holds Liana close. His question hangs in the air heavy, laced with vulnerability, as he asks why she's avoiding him, searching the depths of her eyes for an answer. Dorian holds Liana with a gentle but firm grip. His insistent whisper, "Don't go," is a silent command, filled with a mixture of hope and fear under the cover of a star-studded sky. In the solitude of her thoughts, Liana looks worried. Her thoughts are a swirling mix of primal preoccupations that seem to overshadow her more mundane concerns, reflected in the creases of her brow. Contemplative Dorian stands alone with his back to the world. He is the embodiment of the character that Liana knows from books, a figure, familiar and mysterious, hidden in the solitude of his thoughts among the flowers. Finally, Dorian appears, as Liana had predicted his development for 4 years. The image captures a moment of awareness, anticipation of change, framed by a delicate play of light and shadow. In a moment of tense silence, as Dorian pleads for freedom, "Let go" reveals a depth of emotion, hinting at an inner turmoil. His fingers barely touch hers. The tension between wanting and needing to separate is captured in that moment. In the filtered light, Dorian's piercing gaze contains a challenge as he coolly asks, "What is it?" The air is tense. His tone hints at a mix of curiosity and confrontation, his white hair adding to his imposing appearance. Against a background of delicate flowers and the soft sparkle of bubbles, Dorian holds Liana tightly, his statement, "I won't let you go," hanging between them. Her eyes, wide and full of emotion, locked on his, as if searching for the truth in his promise. Liana stands in front of the wall, her purple eyes twinkling as she looks ahead. She talks to Dorian, complimenting him on being a good boy. Her tone suggests concern, perhaps an attempt to comfort or encourage him. With a subtle gesture, Liana opens a handful of chocolate chip cookies, enticing Dorian. She hints that they are his favorites and offers them to him with gentle insistence, saying they are his. Dorian seems pensive, his gaze downcast, thoughtful. His demeanor is restrained, and he questions the cookie's ownership, muttering to himself in moments of introspection or doubt. We see a close-up of Dorian's profile. His expression is soft but thoughtful. He seems to be trying to recall something, perhaps a name or a memory that indicates a moment of vulnerability or embarrassment. Amidst the blooming background, Dorian stares intently at Liana. His question about being called master was immediately and emphatically rejected by Liana, hinting at the dynamic of defiance and surprise between them. The exchange turns playful as Liana insists that Dorian call her mistress, to which she reacts with shock and a hint of amusement. This playful bickering reveals the bright side of their interaction, filled with teasing and laughter. A tender moment unfolds as hands are clasped together, signaling connection. Liana quietly acknowledges her name, indicating a personal and important exchange between the two characters. Dorian repeats Liana's name, a look of recognition and emotion on his face. The name seems to resonate deeply with him, emphasizing a poignant moment of connection. In a softer, more intimate scene, Dorian presses Liana's hand to his face. His eyes are closed, hinting at a moment of comfort or solace found in touch. A puzzling situation arises as Liana's hand hovers hesitantly over a bag of cookies that has fallen. A question mark indicates confusion or curiosity about a situation, adding a sense of mystery or concern. In a carefree setting, Liana gracefully touches blooming roses, her fingers caressing the petals amid a shower of purple hues. Dorian, delicately placing a chocolate chip cookie in his mouth, looks pleadingly at Liana, silently begging her to feed him, a subtle yearning reflected in his blue eyes. Refusing his silent plea, Liana stands steadfast, her pink hair loose, her expression a combination of softness and determination as she looks away. With vulnerable honesty, Liana confesses her pain, her eyes downcast, the brightness of her silhouette contrasting with the soft light around her. Liana teases Dorian with a cookie, his voice playful but persistent, while Liana's response is measured, her reluctance clear between them. Dorian takes the cookie from Liana's tender hands, his eyes closing as he savors the moment, the connection between them almost palpable. Dorian feels soft as he enjoys the treats, the lines of tension disappearing from his face and his expression one of contented indulgence. As Liana watches, Dorian whispers a request for one more cookie in a moment of intimacy, his demeanor gentle but convincing. Liana, faced with Dorian's plea, reveals her distaste for submission, her eyes calm and her stance determined against the night sky. Liana sits on the ground, confused as Dorian leans over worriedly, asking, "What's going on?" Their body language indicates a moment of sudden confusion or surprise. In a gentle embrace against a celestial backdrop, Dorian holds Liana close, her wings spread out behind her, emphasizing the mystical aspect of her being. He whispers an apology. "I'm sorry," conveying regret and a sense of reconciliation. In a dimly lit alleyway, Liana, with pink hair and a worried expression, hugs Dorian, a man with short gray hair, asking how he is as he shivers and complains of pain. She scolds him, pointing out that he should have spoken earlier if he felt sick. Tears form in Dorian's eyes as he looks down, a moment of vulnerability revealing his long-standing loneliness. He admits that no one ever really cared about him. Liana holds the black cloth tightly, insisting that it belongs to Dorian, who weakly acknowledges it. She pulls him into a tender embrace under the starry sky, burying his face in her shoulder, asking if the fabric is really his, to which he gasps in the affirmative. The close-up focuses on their hands, the black cloth lying between them, hinting at a shared secret or burden they carry together. Dorian, now on his knees, slumps against the wall, seemingly passed out as Liana calls out his name in shock and despair. As he lies on the ground, Liana quickly kneels beside him, trying to wake him up, her face a look of worry and panic. Liana's face is full of deep concern and tenderness as she begs Dorian not to leave her, her eyes filling with tears. In a final gesture of closeness and care, she offers Dorian a small white object, perhaps a pill or candy, a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Dorian feebly accepts the proffered object, his face contorted in pain, while Liana watches him with a mixture of hope and anxiety. A mysterious figure stands in front of a high-rise building and the heart of the city beats at night. Liana, her eyes a window to her soul, is deep in thought, an urgent call to action quietly echoing within her. 3 days after waking up, life rages around the great academy. Chains and lightning bind the man. Dorian's strength is tested against the relentless tide of power. A nightly figure invades Liana's solitude on the bench, both absorbed in the expanse of the territory. Liana's face is filled with worry, her friend questioning her well-being, unaware of the storm brewing beneath her calm. A blush creeps into Liana's cheeks, her denial as bright as the color as she recoils in excitement. The flash reveals Liana's suffering, her world spinning as her mind does, her scream piercing the silence. In a tender embrace, Dorian's gaze meets Liana's, the world around them dimming in the shadow of their bond. Liana feels a magical stirring within, her thoughts spiraling as she clings to the calm before the storm. In the bizarre scene, Liana can be seen exclaiming in surprise and frustration. She confronts Dorian, who looks calm and collected with his hands in a defensive position, about not feeling well after a recent spell. Amid an aura of magical symbols, Dorian explains to Liana that the discomfort she feels is caused by sudden and drastic changes, comparing it to the pain a person experiences from an unexpected growth spurt. Liana responds with visible irritation to Dorian, pointing out that it's easy for him to talk when he's not the one suffering. Her face vividly conveys her suffering. As the tension mounts, Liana demands that Dorian stop, her emotions running high as she feels a mixture of anger and worry. Dorian, stunned by the situation, sincerely apologizes to her. Hovering upside down against a backdrop of tall buildings, Dorian shares his gratitude for Liana's actions, acknowledging their importance to him despite the gravity of the situation. Returning to the more grounded reality of the narrative, a man stands solemnly in the frame of the card, embodying a shop owner torn between the countryside and the city, and now resuming her work. During a quiet moment, Dorian assures Liana that he did a great job with the prison charms, seeking her approval. Liana, caught off guard, responds with a bewildered, "What?" Struggling with the aftermath, Liana admits to Dorian that she has had sleepless nights since the incident, finding the whole experience terrifying and questioning why Dorian had to become so huge. Dorian tries to comfort a distraught Liana, advising her not to worry too much, as the ordeal they've been through is only temporary. His gentle demeanor is meant to ease her anxiety. Liana stands in a pensive pose with a finger to her lips, while the dark-haired man turns away from her. His posture is tense, hinting at a serious or dangerous conversation, while she ponders the risks, saying, "What if that happens? Too dangerous." Liana is held in a gentle embrace filled with floral imagery by a man with strikingly white hair. His face is serious, hinting at a troubled past as he ponders how a certain curse makes trust difficult, while Liana seems kind to him despite it all. Worry distorts Liana's face as she questions herself, her violet eyes flickering with doubt and realization. She looks troubled, internally pondering why she raised her voice at him, showing a complex emotional state. Turning her back, Liana seems not to have noticed her friend's shocked call. The surprise in her friend's voice carries a mixture of concern and insistence, suggesting that Liana may have been too lost in her own thoughts to notice her approach. A red-haired friend excitedly points out the tendency of girls to admire a certain type of person. Her energetic pose underlines her passionate explanation, but it leaves Liana with the lingering question of why. A mysterious man adorned with an exquisite jewel stands in the shadows, his presence exuding a sense of mystery and power. The flowers and dark clothing add to his mysterious aura, making you wonder about his connection to Liana's story. In a softly lit room, Liana observes a man sitting surrounded by elegant decor. She reasons that he cannot be compared to even the most beautiful guardian of their storm, the hero. Beneath the blossoming trees, Liana, eyes wide and twinkling with excitement, begs to join in, waiting to see someone. Watching from afar, Liana notices the Viscountess, who, leaving the cafe, notices a large black carriage. Liana, tiny against the grand architecture, looks at the black carriage, noting that it is a guest car, and a servant confirms that it is for distinguished guests. The shadowed figure stands imposingly, adorned with exquisite jewels. Liana is struck by his majestic appearance, unlike any man she has seen before. In a noisy room, Liana assures a companion of the other's creative abilities, both standing among their peers. A crowd gathers around the portrait, stunned by the discovered work of art. Liana's works cause a stormy reaction, hinting at her expressive style. Surrounded by flowers, the mysterious figure from earlier shocks her with her appearance as Liana reacts by gasping. In the midst of an emotional exchange, Liana happily accepts Diana's offer to witness something, both visibly excited. In a softer moment, the guard turns to Liana with a request, his face mixed with seriousness and care. Liana stands in the dimly lit hallway with an inquisitive expression on her face as a voice over her head says, "The boss wants to see you." Sighing in frustration, Liana's red-headed friend whispers, "Looks like we can't go," to which Liana responds with a delicate touch on her friend's arm, moaning, "What a shame." Walking through the cobbled passageways, Liana and a man named Dorian appear to be following a summons, while Dorian asks if his brother has sent another message. Nestled among the flowers, a treasure chest holds a glittering brooch, its precious stones catching the light. Liana's profile is illuminated by an ethereal light, her face pensive against a background of white flowers. To Liana's surprise, she stands firm in her elegant attire, a speech bubble indicating the sudden interruption of her thoughts. Crossing the great hall, Dorian asks about the crowd, and Liana speculates that they must have arrived to see their mysterious guest. In the midst of a noisy gathering, a conversation unfolds about a guest of unusual status, which arouses curiosity and guesswork. Dorian suggests a quieter route to avoid the noise, and Liana accepts the suggestion with a simple ah. Finally, Liana wonders if this is the person Dorian mentioned, her expression a mixture of thoughtfulness and determination. In a hall shining with golden decorations, a man dressed in tactical gear, known as Jameson, hurried forward. He calls out, calling someone named Achilles to hurry. Meanwhile, Liana, with flowing pink hair, strides calmly, immersed in her tablet, flanked by Dorian, who marches equally calmly, both seemingly oblivious to Jameson's suffering. Amidst the opulent surroundings, Dorian politely asks Liana to stop for a moment, to which she agrees. Their conversation is polite and tinged with humor, as Dorian pleads with an apologetic smile to be more careful about the overheard conversation, while Liana promises silence with a hint of glee. Standing alone in a vast room bathed in light, Liana is the picture of peace. Her silhouette is distinguished by the majesty of her surroundings. Her posture is relaxed but attentive, as if she is expecting something or someone. A close-up of Liana's face shows sudden curiosity. Her wide eyes and parted lips suggest that she has just heard something unexpected, something that has piqued her interest and demands her attention. As the light casts a warm glow around them, a man with dark, sleek hair appears, giving Liana a familiar greeting. His posture is confident, his eyes holding her in a gaze that is both enigmatic and intense. Liana's eyes light up with recognition and maybe a little surprise. There is a moment of silent communication. The expression on her face softens, as if many unspoken thoughts pass between them. With her back to us, Liana's pink hair cascades down her back. The light creates a halo around her. She stands still, perhaps in thought or expectation. The luxury of the hall stretches out in front of her. The grandeur of the hall envelops Liana as she stands alone, the sunlight pouring in and bathing her in its glow. The atmosphere is calm, almost in anticipation of something important. A sudden sense of confusion washes over Liana. Her brows are furrowed, her mouth slightly open in mid-sentence, displaying a moment of surprise or perhaps a dawn of realization. Liana watches, her gaze meeting that of the armored man in front of her. There is softness in her eyes, a gentle recognition of care etched on his features. A hooded figure stands among white roses, surrounded by a mysterious look. He is dressed in an elegant cloak with fine embroidery edging his outfit. A small child in a dark hood looks up with large, expressive eyes, clutching a staff decorated with a blue orb. He asks why the conversation is not happening with her. The child looks persistent, then asks about the reluctance to conduct a dialogue with her. A man in a hood looks to the side, surrounded by pink flowers. He is called, but he looks worried, the answer perhaps hinting at his intentions to reunite with someone soon. He stands poised, and a pop-up hint reveals his plans to meet Liana soon. Liana appears, a graceful and calm figure. Her gaze contains both curiosity and intelligence. She talks about a person, noting his wonderful qualities as if as a research material, and questions the true motives of someone's actions. Liana looks thoughtful, perhaps pondering the answers to her previous inquiries. A bespectacled man cheerfully proclaims the beauty of another, a statement that seems to catch someone off guard, followed by a moment of realization and clarity. Liana is standing by the window, the light of the quiet dusk gently falling on her face. With her pink hair falling gracefully over her face, she says, "It's okay," with a thoughtful expression on her face. She asks aloud with a hint of concern if they will ever meet again, her eyes searching for an answer that has yet to be found. Instead, a man with stylish blue hair and round glasses responds with a single phrase, "I hope so," his smile gentle but enigmatic. His upbeat tone suggests a desire to continue their story together, his face lit by the warmth of the afternoon sun. In the sunlit room, Liana stands with a worried expression on her face as her name blares from an invisible speaker. Her pink hair frames her face, signaling her concern. Smiling encouragingly, Liana nods and laughs, letting go of her worry, her long pink hair flowing as she tilts her head. She assures the questioner that she is fine. At the other end of the room, a man with brown hair, Renat, sitting comfortably, apologizes with a formal look, calm tone. Liana answers in the affirmative, accepting the apology with ease. Renat seriously adjusts his glasses, hinting at urgent matters in the capital that require attention, hinting at a quick return. A shadowy figure stands ominously in the corner, their presence marked with foreboding, as if they are watching the proceedings with unknown intentions. Liana ponders the comfort a mysterious figure can feel in luxurious surroundings, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. In a carefree chibi makeover, Liana was caught off guard by accusations of being caught red-handed, her petite form and exaggerated facial expression adding to the whimsy. The final revelation comes when Liana learns of her brother's arrival. Her face shows surprise and a hint of apprehension, the news clearly unexpected. In an elegant sunlit room, the pink-haired Liana turns in surprise to Renard, the brown-haired man, asking if the approaching figure is her brother. Renard, standing by the large window, calmly informs Liana that although her brother wanted to see her, he had to leave suddenly due to unforeseen circumstances. A bright emblem of a blue phoenix surrounded by roses hangs over a shadowed figure, hinting at a family crest or symbol of significance. Liana sits thoughtfully, biting her nails, pondering the urgency of her brother's departure, remembering the unexpected events in their family estate. In a dimly lit library, a man stands with his arms crossed, his posture radiating a sense of contemplation or anticipation, the dialogue hinting that someone has not turned up as expected. A man lies face down in a pool of darkness, an ominous aura surrounding him, hinting at betrayal or a hidden agenda. With a concerned expression on her face, Liana ponders her brother's current situation, wondering if he is in good or bad shape and wishing she knew more. Liana looks off into the distance, thinking about her brother, assuming he must have pink hair like hers, indicating a family resemblance. In a complexly designed space, a man stands with his back to the viewer, and Liana complains that she does not know about his appearance, which indicates a deep disconnection. As Liana waits for another meeting, Renard bends down to show her something left of her brother, in an atmosphere of tender anticipation and mystery. Liana looks up in surprise as someone offers her a bouquet of flowers, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. When Liana receives the bouquet, tears well up in her eyes, hinting at the emotional impact of this unexpected gift. The giver, a mysterious figure, quotes, "I hope this small gift is enough to keep you from forgetting me," hinting at the deep feeling behind the gesture. Overwhelmed by the flowers, Liana reads a card that reads, "I'll never forget these beautiful roses," indicating that the gift has an important meaning. Holding the bouquet close to her, Liana wonders if she can take them with her, or if she can make exceptions. Rendered as a chibi, Liana's cute, exaggerated facial expression reflects her admiration and affection for roses, showing her innocence and charm. Looking at the roses, Liana reflects on the effort that went into their creation and how smoothly things are going for her family. In a moment of reflection, Liana appreciates the care of protecting the gift, reassuring herself of the fear that it will be stolen. In a luxurious room, the pink-haired Liana sits holding a bouquet as she looks expectantly at Renaga, the brown-haired man standing in front of her, assuming she can pop the question. Liana, looking pensive with a hint of concern, muses aloud as she expresses her thoughts on the matter at hand. Dressed as a maid, Liana ponders Renat's nature, suspecting there is a reason behind his actions as she observes a gift meant for her, relating it to his character. Renag takes a piercing look at Liana's deep trust in her brother, prompting a moment of silent recognition between them. Liana, looking in the mirror, reflects on herself, protecting the innate kindness she sees in a loved one. Liana becomes aware of Renat's familiarity with her brother, hinting at a shared history or secret understanding she is unaware of. During a close conversation, Liana's expression hints at the need to discuss something important, her expression mixed with determination and anxiety. Renag offers a polite apology, his posture a combination of grace and remorse, while Liana watches, her face invisible. Liana, curious and a little confused, questions the purpose of Renag's monocle, pondering its necessity in this day and age. Renag dismisses Liana's silent question with a thoughtful gesture, hinting at a deeper, undisclosed meaning to his choice of glasses. Renag ponders, her lips slightly parted, tenderly appreciating how she looks in her outfit. At another moment, she's the image of innocence, holding a bouquet of roses and pondering whether someone's kindness is genuine or simply induced by others. Next, it's Renat, his features hidden behind glass, intriguingly reflecting on how different he is from his description in the book. The scene cuts to the living room where Liana, looking worried, asks if Renat is okay, To which he replies thoughtfully. The mood lightens when another character with bright red hair bursts in, expressing a desire to participate, to which Liana agrees with a smile. At a social gathering, the red-haired character shows poise, hiding her experienced gaze behind a decorated fan. In the great room, Liana asks about the unique interest her family seems to have, while Renat lies with a thoughtful look. Liana jokes about putting off the question, her companion laughs, but she seems to be hoping for some real answers. On a starless night, Renata can be seen from behind, lost in thought, a question that looms without an answer. Finally, Liana contemplates gaining valuable information while considering escape, with a sense of hidden truth in her gaze. In a luxuriously decorated room, a man with a large mustache confidently asserts that he does not hold back his words. He assumes that Liana, whom he considers to be of high social standing due to frequent fancy gatherings, will not object to his directness. With bright eyes and a thoughtful finger on her chin, Liana contemplates the three individuals, admitting that she thought they were a trio, only to realize they weren't a group. She ends with maximum anticipation of an event or revelation involving Anit or Zahun. Liana was caught in a moment of reflection, given her darker skin tone inherited from her mother from a place called Yoda. She scornfully excludes light-skinned families from her ancestry, seeking a deeper understanding of her ancestry. Sipping tea in the grand setting, Liana contemplates the noble bloodlines of Anita, Lehman, and Zahuna, contemplating the possibility of belonging to a status higher than her current one, her eyes filled with hope and uncertainty. Liana admires a large ornate building bathed in sunlight. The scene emphasizes the majesty and beauty of her surroundings, which contrast sharply with her contemplative state, hinting at the complexity of her thoughts and emotions. In the spacious hall, Liana offers to postpone their conversation until later, her face a mixture of relief and foresight, as if she is carefully planning her next steps. Liana leans forward with a determined expression, agreeing to continue the conversation later. Her posture and determination in her eyes indicate important plans that need immediate attention. Walking down a dimly lit corridor with a stern guard, Liana laments that time has passed so quickly and laments the boredom of imprisonment. Her surroundings are cold and unwelcoming, reflecting her inner sense of isolation. Standing among the glowing flowers, Liana seems calm but contemplative. The flowers around her can represent growth and a hint of optimism amidst her current circumstances. Looking out the small window with her back, Liana considers visiting someone named Adrian, but hesitates as it may be too late. Her squinting outward gaze indicates a desire for connection or a change in her situation. The image depicts a group of figures in armor as if imprisoned behind bars. There is a sense of tension as it can be inferred that they are being held against their will. Red scribbles appear near the edge, evoking a sense of urgency or chaos, perhaps indicating a state of alarm or a distress signal. Liana stands puzzled in the elegant hallway and asks, "Huh? What did you say?" Her confusion is palpable as she tries to make sense of the situation. In a dimly lit room, Liana with bright pink hair stands in front of two stern guards. The air is tense as one guard informs her, "You're in the wrong place," and Liana looks on, never having seen these guards before. Pink-haired Liana is surprised and politely asks, "I'm sorry. What happened?" When she first meets a look with the guards that shows she is unfamiliar with them and the current circumstances. The guard looks surprised and simply replies, "Ah, I see." A short dialogue suggests that at this critical moment there is an awareness or recognition. In a dark and ominous setting, the sign announces a place for heinous criminals, reserved for those who commit acts such as regicide or treason, hinting at the seriousness of Liana's situation. The narrative continues by describing the guards as elite warriors of the highest class, hinting at their formidable nature and the seriousness of Liana's predicament. Liana is confronted by two guards who tell her that she has entered the only access point to a dungeon that houses dangerous criminals and that there has recently been a crime there. With a look of realization, Liana learns that a needle has been found near the criminal, indicating a connection to a previous security incident, and she appears to be mistakenly implicated. A cry of "Ta-da-dam" surrounds Liana as she stands up tearfully, with an understanding of the charges against her. "So I'm a criminal?" In the semi-darkness, Dorian is on his knees, his back marked by what looks like a portal. His posture indicates resignation to a lonely fate. Outside the stately estate, shaking hands in contrasting colors amid a sea of roses signifies a potentially sinister deal. Liana wonders aloud if a rule breaker is behind the strange occurrences, considering the possibility of coincidence with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The guard confidently assures that there is no need to worry, but admits that the intruder has found a foreign object, which indicates the presence of the intruder. In a rush of awareness, Liana loudly declares herself the offender, causing shock and confusion to those around her. A worried Liana admits to herself that she is scared and has forgotten something, hinting at an important detail that was overlooked. Liana stands with her hand to her mouth, an expression of anxious contemplation on her face. Her inner monologue hints at hesitant laughter, a moment of disbelief at the unfolding events. The man gives a bright, shimmering bracelet. His speech speaks of a completed task. Liana can now freely use the power of the 4 bracelets. Liana looks at the magical chains binding her wrists. Her thoughts acknowledge that the restrictions on the use of magic still remain. The empty mystical corridor is decorated with banners. The atmosphere is created by a cascade of magical sparkles that illuminate the path ahead. Liana, pensive and worried, questions the invisible character's condition, pondering the consequences if they are seriously injured. A single guard stands by the door, oblivious to Liana's presence as she peers around the corner, unseen and unnoticed. The guard, alerted by the noise, turns sharply, his attention diverted from his post to the source of the disturbance. Frightened by the sudden alarm, the guard rushes to meet the noise, leaving his post unguarded and Liana's shadowy figure in the background. An empty desk stands in a dimly lit room, the accompanying text noting with a sense of satisfaction the absence of its usual occupant. Liana sees the man slumped against the wall, his tired posture and defeated expression drawing her attention as she softly calls out his name. Under the purple sky, Liana looks on, puzzled and quietly wondering if this is even possible. Her pink locks frame a face full of insecurity. In a quiet moment of reflection, Dorian stands alone, his back to the world, pensive under the evening light caressing his silver hair. Suddenly approaching, Liana shuddered with a whispered apology, aware of their closeness. The night shimmers faintly around their silhouetted figures. The air thickens with tension as Dorian looks at Liana, his words hanging between them, hinting that she possesses something unique. Dorian's striking blue eyes gaze at Liana, his words painting a picture of the signature scent that surrounds her, lingering in the air. Touched but hesitant, Liana acknowledges her joy in a muffled confession. She looks away, wrapped in the embrace of the night. Under the stars, Dorian helps Liana to her feet, their interaction full of curiosity and a hint of surprise at the moment they share. A close-up of Dorian's eyes captures the complex emotions welling up within her as she contemplates the night's unexpected events. Framed by the night, Dorian ponders his disbelief and satisfaction, his body language open but restrained. Liana expresses her concern about the future problems that may arise because of her expression a mixture of concern and acceptance. Dorian looks ahead with a tinge of worry as he contemplates the trouble that may arise before seeing Dorian again, asking, "And the day after tomorrow?" Against a backdrop of snow, Liana makes a bold statement, allowing herself to be struck if she agrees to Dorian's unknown question. Liana exhales deeply, a gesture of frustration or submission, perhaps from the weight of the conversation or a deeper excitement. Sitting close but apart, Dorian broods, fist clenched, while Liana looks away, an abyss of unspoken thought between them. Dorian sincerely tells Liana that she is the best person in this bleak place they find themselves, and his face shows the sincerity. In the close-up, Liana's face shows a gentle expression of understanding, her eyes softening as she reads Dorian's words. In a tender moment, Dorian confesses to Liana that every day his thoughts are filled with her, sparking a conversation about mutual feelings. With intense passion, Dorian says that thinking about Liana causes an intuitive reaction, as if his body is on fire with emotion. Liana responds with a mixture of surprise and question, her face a canvas of questions, perhaps about the depth of Dorian's feelings or the next words he will say. Liana stands in the middle of a raging explosion of thoughts, wondering if she should voice even one of the many questions swirling around in her head. The feeling of hesitation and all-consuming contemplation is palpable. In another moment, Liana seems calmer, assuring herself that the turmoil of thoughts is a normal ordeal. The text around her repeats her attempt to calm and organize her thoughts. Dorian can be seen covering his face with his hands, confusion clearly visible in his eyes. He urges Liana to stop staring at him so intently, hinting at a shared moment of awkwardness. The scene moves to a more intimate moment when Dorian, with a hand delicately touching his neck, admits that thoughts of Liana cause a physical transformation, hinting at the deep emotions that provoke a physical reaction. Liana, biting her nails, bluntly asks Dorian if thinking about her makes him feel different, which he sheepishly admits without elaborating, revealing a tender dynamic between them. In a more muted scene, Dorian is shown with a light shining behind him, questioning the reality of the changes he is experiencing, showing his vulnerability and the depth of his introspection. Looking down, Dorian dismisses the previous intensity as nothing to worry about, trying to downplay the situation in a more casual, understated way. The atmosphere changes to a more somber tone as Liana places her hand on Dorian's head in a caring gesture, hinting that it is time to rest after the emotional upheaval, bringing a caring aspect to their relationship. Finally, in a tender exchange, Liana warns Dorian that if she falls asleep, he will disappear again, a poignant statement that perhaps alludes to the fleeting nature of their encounters or the dreamlike nature of their relationship. In response, Dorian takes her hand, expressing his anxiety about when he might see her again, emphasizing the uncertainty and preciousness of their time together. In a vivid scene, Dorian with short gray hair is caught off guard, his blue eyes wide with emotion. Around him, the night blooms with blurred flowers and stars, creating a sense of urgent romance as he takes another man's hands with his collar unbuttoned, hinting at a heart beating with emotion. Against the background of the starry night sky, a majestic stone castle rises majestically. The dialogue reveals Dorian's need to leave before dawn, questioning whether his presence is really necessary, as if fighting the desire to stay against the need to leave. Liana sits next to Dorian on the cold, patterned floor, the space of the wall behind them. She speaks frankly about the possible problems that arise because of her. The simplicity of the situation contrasts with the weight of her admission. A whimsical hairband with a cute teddy bear design lies whimsically on a cloud-like background. The dialogue bubble is a gentle reminder of the gift, bringing a touch of innocence and personal connection to the story. Dorian seems lost in thought, his gaze far away. He speaks of memories, hinting at a desire to share stories of heartache and triumph with Liana, his face set in contemplation. In a burst of luxury, Liana, now in regal attire, radiates confidence and poise. Her hand gestures and jewelry suggest her royal status or high status, perhaps a stark contrast to her earlier, more relaxed demeanor. The intimacy of communication between Dorian and Liana is palpable. He urges her not to blame herself in this moment filled with tension and unspoken emotion as he ponders the meaning of the hair tie. Dorian is overcome with a sense of loneliness. His body language suggests a deep inner struggle. The red bubble encompasses his growing sense of isolation, hinting at a deepening internal conflict. Dorian rests his head on his folded hands, feeling tired. The scene conveys a moment of respite, a temporary calm in the midst of the unfolding drama, with his face showing a mixture of humility and contemplation. In his open palm, Dorian holds a rubber band made of bear hair, a symbol of his connection with Liana. His words reflect a need for comfort, hinting at a deeper narrative where a simple elastic is essential. Liana looks forward to Dorian's arrival, who has become the highlight of her days, comforting her in a way she hasn't known before. Dorian, holding a simple hair tie, finds sentimental value in it, a discovery Liana didn't expect, showing the depth of his feelings. Contemplative, Dorian is lost in thought, his dark blue eyes reflecting a storm of silent thoughts and emotions he has yet to express. Dorian expresses a desire to be closer to Liana, a desire to hug her more often, hinting at a strong connection that he feels but does not fully understand. Liana ponders the potential reasons for Dorian's actions, the factors that draw him to her, looking for patterns or explanations. Liana calls out to Dorian in concern after he makes a sudden, painful sound, showing her concern and quick response to his distress. Noticing Dorian's unusually high temperature, Liana's anxiety grows as she realizes that he is unwell and in need of care. Their hands accidentally touched in a hasty and unplanned moment, leading to a surprising and silent exchange of understanding. With a soft greeting, Dorian's smile conveys warmth and a hint of relief from Liana's presence, contrasting with the previous tension. Dorian, looking at Liana, gives her a sincere compliment, calling her beautiful, and his affectionate look reveals his deep feelings. Liana stands resolute as Dorian, with a gentle squeeze, inquires about her plans for him, foreboding evident in his posture. She resolutely refuses him, claiming that she has nothing to give, and asserting her autonomy, her eyes reflecting determination. As Liana turns to leave, her declaration of "it's time" hangs in the air, marking the decisive end of the meeting. Dorian's quick movement to hold Liana shows his reluctance to part, while she insists on sleeping, a mixture of surprise and defiance on her face. His hand gently touches hers. Dorian doubts the logic of her departure. His touch conveys a hidden plea to stay. Liana, covered in a night cloak, reminds herself to run away from trouble, her expression torn between fear and determination. As Liana fades into the shadows, her desire for independence and stealth becomes apparent, a silent vow to remember. Dorian stands alone, his piercing gaze softening, silently acknowledging the intricate dance between them. Liana crouches in the dark, pondering Dorian's intense nature, her thoughts a mixture of caution and intrigue. In the great hall, Liana watches from the shadows as a guard stands guard. The text above it, "The sentinel on post," emphasizes the tension of her hidden presence. Liana walks purposefully under the cover of night. The neon blue symbols emphasize the coolness of the evening, perhaps indicating her emotions or the seriousness of her mission. Surprise is written on Liana's face. Her plan falls apart when she realizes, shoot, they're all here. The text conveys the unexpected obstacle she faces. A confrontation is brewing. Renard's silhouette is right behind Liana. She was caught off guard, asking what to do. Proximity intensifies the tension. As Liana covers her mouth in shock, a simple sigh overhead reflects her inner agitation, matching the expression of her wide eyes. Renard looks at him sternly with a commanding look. The text, Renard, conveying the shock of his appearance, as if someone had recognized him against their expectations. Panic grips Liana as she asks, "How does he see me?" This shows her attempt at stealth, possibly with an invisibility cloak, which now seems ineffective. Renard addresses Liana directly, a stern, "don't bite your lips" cutting through her thoughts, hinting at the close acquaintance between them. Liana stands in the cold light, a single tear rolling down her cheek. This moment captures a mixture of fear, sadness, and beauty, hinting at the deeper layers of her story. Liana gently presses her fingers to her lips. A contemplative look softens her features. In a quiet moment, words remain unspoken, but emotions speak volumes. Dressed in a hooded cloak, Liana looks pensive, her eyes downcast. The mood is introspective, and the lyrics reveal her thoughts, hinting at a secret or realization she keeps close. Renard stands imposingly, lips pursed. He is holding a book in his hand, a glint of concern reflected in his glasses. His words indicate reluctance or remorse, adding tension to the scene. Liana's face is lit up with a mysterious glow, her eyes wide in surprise or shock. A text bubble indicates an important discovery that caught her by surprise. Liana's gaze falls on a figure whose back is turned, with text emphasizing an acknowledgement of understanding, perhaps the seriousness of the situation or a newfound truth. Renard confronts Liana with a look of disbelief, his stance stiff and commanding. His words carry a sense of surprise, perhaps seeing Liana in a place or situation she shouldn't be in. With a tilt of her head and a knowing smile, Liana acknowledges Renard's realization. The conversation between them is light, but multi-layered. The dialogue between Renard and Liana continues, heavy on the consequences of their surroundings and actions. In their exchange, tension mixes with magic. Renard pauses mid-sentence. Realization dawns on him. Everything he is about to say seems decisive, perhaps changing the course of their interaction. Renard stands in the midst of a glowing backdrop, a castle and golden roses framing him in an almost regal manner. The text implies a self-confident statement about one's abilities, leaving an aura of confidence. Liana, with a pensive expression on her face, seems surprised by her brother's offer of a tool. Her fingers are delicately intertwined, suggesting a combination of fear and curiosity about the subject in question. Upon closer inspection, Liana utters a simple, "ah," a bland acknowledgement that reveals little of her inner thoughts regarding the mysterious object her brother mentioned. A dark and brooding figure sits in an elegant chair surrounded by roses and shadow. He looks contemplative, and his words hint at a philosophy that battles are only worthwhile against a certain type of opponent. Liana admits that she asked her brother for a magical item, and now, with regret and embarrassment, she admits that it was sent to her, pondering the consequences of her whimsical request. Liana is shocked and a bit scared by the sudden dismissal of the brown-haired man, Renaga, who leaves her with a light-hearted, "Okay." His casual departure makes her question how easily she was let go. Renag, authoritative and calm, declares that certain items are off-limits for trade. Despite the ban, he hints at a willingness to overlook it for Liana, adding complexity to their relationship. The scene cuts to a tender moment when Renag, with a gentle expression on his face, explains his actions in response to Liana's brother's request, emphasizing a sense of duty and perhaps affection. When Renag turns his face, his profile is illuminated by a soft light. He talks about his personal desire for Liana to do as she pleases, hinting at an internal conflict between his feelings and his duties. With a seductive look, Liana playfully suggests a nighttime escape, leaving the door open for any adventure or mischievous plan she may come up with. At the last moment, Renag offers to accompany Liana, adding a condition that could be either a warning or a sign of concern, hinting at the possible dangers of the night ahead. In the great hall, the guards respectfully bow to Liana, adorned in a deep green cloak. Her authority is beyond doubt. The brown-haired Renag looks at this with a sense of propriety. Side by side, Liana and Renag walk past the guards, their expressions indecipherable, the air heavy with unspoken thoughts and tension. Looking off into the distance, a lone figure dressed in green contemplates the fading light in a vast cathedral, his thoughts shrouded in shadow. Renag, bespectacled and stern, dismisses someone from breakfast, promising to deliver him to a cell, authority in his tone. Surrounded by medical supplies, Liana recalls with a heavy heart an important memory about the amulet, hinting at a deeper story. Radiant Renag exudes confidence, a spark of magic at his fingertips as he proclaims his power to compel submission, a power not to be underestimated. Liana recoils in exaggerated terror, her face a comical mask of fear, playing a part in a scene where humor mixes with fear. Liana straightens her hair with slight concern, a silent reflection showing the weight of her worries. Renag, cloaked in shadows, questions anyone's caring intentions for him, a mix of suspicion and curiosity in his position. In a garden of blooming flowers, Liana sits in thought, while Renag in the foreground reflects on a moment together, hinting at a complicated relationship. Liana stands with her back to the viewer, her pink hair and elaborate outfit detailed against a soft interior light, and she gazes at a distant figure. In a serene nighttime setting, Liana, dressed in a black cloak, defiantly confronts Renag, his green coat vibrantly saturated against a bubble-lit backdrop. Liana, with a bewildered expression on her face and pink hair framing her face, expresses the opinion that a certain game never gets tired. The playful banter continues as Liana, who looks smaller in the hilarious image, is accused of demoralizing someone with her actions. A close-up of Liana, with a mixture of surprise and amusement on her face, ponders the ridiculousness of certain games. Renag, shown in lavish attire, asks Liana with a serious expression, eager to compare the time she spends with the other. Sitting elegantly in the sunlit room, Liana's pink locks cascade over her blue outfit as she is overwhelmed by the attention. Liana, surprised during the meal, listens to concerns about her health, denying any illness but hinting at a deeper unease. As observers ponder Liana's distracted state, they speculate whether her brother's letters, which highlight family issues, could be the cause. Finally, with a laugh and a light heart, Liana dismisses serious worries, explaining her condition as simple fatigue. In Liana's opulent room with pink hair cascading, she reacts to the commotion with confusion, wondering why the atmosphere is unusually quiet and gloomy today. Liana engages in a tense conversation with another person, the urgency in their gestures hinting at the discussion of serious matters, emphasized by the spacious, lavishly decorated room around them. Word of Lord Dormulith's serious injury reaches Liana via a distressed messenger, his words echoing down the great corridor as a sense of urgency builds. Liana's shock is palpable as her wide eyes register the seriousness of the situation, her thoughts obviously racing as she processes the unexpected news of the Lord's condition. The grandeur of Dormilith Manor looms menacingly as a lone figure looms before him, its majestic architecture belying the disorder that seems to have reigned within its walls. Sitting in the shadow of tranquility, the Lord's authority and power is as evident as the tension that surrounds him, the dark atmosphere suggesting a brooding atmosphere within the manor. In a moment of reflection, the man ponders the news, fingers pressed to his lips thoughtfully, wondering if the estranged son could be involved in the Lord's dire situation. Renagu is strongly advised against rash action as he is reminded of the potential pain that could follow, his young face marked with naivety and care. Leaning over her chair, Liana ponders the implications of the current Lord's death and the shift in power it will cause, her posture of contemplation and foresight. Facing her followers, Liana talks about the fate of leaders and their followers, reflecting on the cyclical nature of violence and power, with her back to us as she addresses the armored guards. In a room bathed in golden light, Liana stands aloof, her expression indifferent. She is surrounded by the bustle of other people, but she seems to be in her own world, where she thinks, "Of everyone here, I'm the only one who doesn't care." The high castle, touching the sunlight, casts an iridescent shimmer on the pointed roof. The image suggests a sense of anticipation, a thought hanging in the air. This is exactly what I thought it would be. Hidden in the shadows of a lush garden, Renag clutches the object to his chest. A sense of anticipation hangs over him as he seems to wait for the right moment to act, shrouded in mystery and silence. Liana walks alone along the dusky street, her figure a lonely silhouette on the sprawling cobblestones. Reuben introduces himself to Liana with a warm and friendly smile. His demeanor is friendly and serious. Liana, with a cool and collected look, stands before Reuben, asking if he wishes for anything, referring to the order to fulfill his wish. The scene cuts to a gloomy cell where Dorian, with his hands bound, endures the tight grip of the guards, while Liana watches from afar. In a sunlit grove, Liana and Dorian share a close, peaceful moment, holding her hand, enjoying each other's company. A powerless Dorian is trapped in a bright, magical seal, his figure hovering over a dark abyss, an ominous text hovering overhead. Liana, with soft insistence, asks to spend time with Dorian quietly. Her words are directed at the compliant Reuben. Under a clear sky, Liana stands by as Dorian lies down on a park bench, his condition causing concern. In a carefree garden, Liana seeks assurances from Reuben to have a moment alone with Dorian. Dorian, having recovered from his momentary weakness, stands next to Liana, assuring her with a smile that everything is fine with him. Liana, with a pensive expression on her face, surrounded by flowers, thinks about the pleasant weather, seems to be lost in thought. Dorian, caught off guard, begins to explain why he feels good, his words trailing off when he notices Liana's presence. In a sudden twist, Liana and Dorian stand side by side, their expressions a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. The scene around them is bright, with a pink background that hints at an unexpected but tender moment between them. Liana herself listens, her demeanor softening when she happens to hear Dorian's words, her profile framing the stillness of the room. It's an intimate moment that captures the quiet joy you feel in the act of listening to someone's tender feelings. A shadowy figure looms in the distance, pots clinking softly in their hands. This is a stark contrast to the earlier scenes, with an air of mystery and perhaps foreboding as the figure stands shrouded in the dark cloak of night. Liana's shock is palpable as she turns, her gaze catching something or someone unexpected. The tranquil greenery around her only accentuates her surprised expression, adding a sense of urgency to this peaceful setting. The atmosphere changes dramatically when the thief, smiling widely, shouts an ominous greeting from the hostile family. His arms are outstretched as if in greeting or perhaps warning of something unseen, setting a cold tone to the scene. Liana's anxiety turns into action as she wants to run away, her face etched with fear. The urgency is clear. The word "run" leaps off the page as the previous calm is shattered by the need for immediate escape. With a ghostly warrior chasing them, Liana and Dorian's situation becomes dire. Team "run" ambiguous. Their faces are not visible, but the tension is unmistakable as the chase continues, leaving the viewer in suspense. Liana stands in the dappled sunlight, her gaze fixed on Dorian, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Dorian, with short gray hair, stands behind, an image of pensive calm. On the sunlit lawn, Liana addresses Dorian, concern etched on her face as she questions their safety. His presence behind her is reassuring but startling. Clenching her hands delicately, Liana feels confused as she asks, "What is this?" Her insecurities are evident, and she looks to her silent companion for answers. Dorian is shown in calm profile, his cool demeanor standing next to a blooming background, contemplating change, the word changed, hung above him in the air. An urgent embrace embraces Liana and Dorian. Her plea is fervent. Don't find the bomb. Arrest the criminal. Her eyes reveal a storm of emotions against the calm of his back. Liana's face shows relief when she tells them that they are not in danger of another explosion. The words convey relief, but her eyes speak of lingering fears. In a final, tender embrace, Liana and Dorian find solace in each other's arms. Despite the chaos that unfolds, their bond remains steadfast through the condemnation of others. Dorian stands in a blur of pastel colors, his piercing blue eyes illuminating a world of emotion. He fell into a moment of reflection. Liana's face, framed by loose pink hair, is full of surprise and concern. She is surrounded by flowers, and the phrase, "so warm," hints at a warm or tender moment. Liana looks worried, her eyes closed, surrounded by leaves. She asks aloud, "And what was the reason for his growth?" Reflecting on the reason for the growth or change she witnessed. A tranquil garden with a fountain and an angel statue basks in the sunshine, offering a peaceful respite from the unfolding events. Dorian's white mantle is marked with spots and slashes, indicating a recent conflict or struggle that has left its physical mark on him. Liana, close to Dorian, has a solemn expression on her face. Intimacy suggests a moment of quiet understanding or shared concern between them. In an intimate scene, Liana is close to tears. Dorian's face inches from hers. "Aren't you glad to see me?" she asks, showing uncertainty about Dorian's feelings for her. He reassures her. Now is not the time to talk about bad things, suggesting they focus on the present. Liana's internal monologue reveals her thoughts about being an outsider. "The first thing the guards think when they start us is that I came to the Dukes in Dorian," implying a sense of belonging. Liana nervously bites her finger as she contemplates the painful effects of the excitement. "If you bite your lip, that hard ... it going to hurt." Liana and Dorian share a tender moment under the trees, their closeness and the sunlight filtering through the leaves creating a romantic and hopeful tone. Liana stands there with a pained expression on her face, muttering under her breath that it's not worth it. She seems to care about something deeply personal. In a tender moment, Liana reaches out to touch Dorian's face. Their eyes meet, the warmth of the interaction palpable between them. Half smiling, Dorian playfully asks Liana if she likes teasing him, hinting at the flirtatious dynamic as he enjoys her touch. Amid playful chibi artwork, Dorian reminds Liana of a past incident involving a handkerchief, hinting at a history of small, intimate moments together. Looking calm, Dorian allows Liana to gently touch his face, showing the trust and affection between them. Dorian teases with a provocative question about biting, adding a playful yet intimate touch to their conversation. The peace is disturbed when security guards burst onto the scene, shouting to clear the area, hinting at impending chaos or danger. Caught off guard, Liana exclaims in shock, a peaceful moment with Dorian shattered by the sudden intrusion. Dorian asks about Liana's memories in a thoughtful tone, hinting at forgotten moments and perhaps a deeper secret to their relationship. In a serene outdoor setting, Liana and Dorian stand side by side as a pop-up cue shows Dorian's silent contemplation. Liana leans closer, whispering a question to Dorian. "Can I rest my head on your lap?" seeking solace in his presence. Dorian lies down, resting in Liana's lap, a look of carefree surrender on his face as sunlight filters through the trees. A close-up shows Liana's gentle fingers running through Dorian's hair, a gesture of tenderness and care. Liana looks worriedly at Dorian, who is lying with his head on her lap, surrounded by the peace of nature. An armored man approaches, questioning their well-being. He expresses his own well-being, except that he is a bit shaken by the recent explosion. As Dorian lies unresponsive, Liana insists, explaining that he has been poisoned and now needs to return to his true form. The man in armor admits his relief at their safety and states the condition of his help, hinting at a deeper story. Liana begs them to return, showing persistence and concern as Dorian remains poisoned in the lush greenery. Liana walks alone at night, her pink hair a stark contrast to the dark cobblestones, Neon signs buzz overhead, indifferent to her solitude. In a dimly lit corner, Liana's face is bathed in a neon glow, her expression tired, the neon signs repeating their silent call. In a close-up, Liana's eyes are closed, her features softened by the embrace of neon. She mumbles a sigh that seems to carry her weariness. Dorian appears, his blonde hair falling over his eyes, one blue eye open as he brings his hand to his lips thoughtfully. He looks through his fingers, a pensive expression etched on his face, the bubble with the speech hinting at a flirty or teasing tone. Liana is fanning herself excitedly, her body language suggesting confusion or perhaps a rising temperature inside. Leaning over a balcony, Dorian looks out into the night, the frame showing his words about being called from underground, perhaps a metaphor for his past or inner self. Liana expresses a simple desire for a drink of cold water. The speech bubble reinforces her request, and the expression on her face is one of innocent longing. Joyful Liana captures the moment with her phone, and the bright background emphasizes her good mood. Dorian holds the mug, a sense of relief conveyed through his gesture and words in the pop-up hint that the problem is solved or solace found. In a quiet room, Liana stands by the window, thinking. Her fingers press gently to her lips, a gesture of deep contemplation. The text suggests her reasoning about the effect of the mysterious growth on Dorian. A gloomy Dorian, turning his back, looks at the broken reflection. His image is torn, perhaps reflecting inner turmoil or a fractured reality. An exquisite frame and roses suggest an important moment. Liana's surprise is palpable when she discovers an unexpected envelope on the table, which was not there before. Her fingers hover over him with uncertainty in her eyes as she questions the sudden appearance of the envelope. Under the night sky, Liana is reading an envelope, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight coming through the barred window. Her expression is questioning. She wonders if this message could be coming from her brother. A mysterious man stands with a bloody rose in his hand, an ominous air around him. His piercing gaze conceals unknown intentions, adding a layer of mystery to the unfolding events. Back in the dim light of the room, Liana holds the letter, a furrow appearing on her forehead. The text screams, "Why?" Because of what? Echoing her growing confusion and anxiety. A sudden change in tone, Liana's confusion turns to self-doubt. She considers the possibility of a mistake, her chibi form exaggerating her emotional turmoil amidst the chaos. At the moment of revelation, Liana draws attention to the brevity of the letter, which is unusual. Usually, such letters are filled with pleasantries, but this one is radically different, hinting at urgency or danger. Liana, with long pink hair and a worried look, ponders the unexpected twist her brother didn't text her about and wonders what the problem could be. Looking at the grand architecture of the castle, Liana thinks there is something wrong with the big picture, as if something is missing, causing her gaze to linger. As the water-like substance splashes, a puzzle piece depicting a silhouette of a person is dramatically missing from the assembly, emphasizing the mystery. Upside down, hanging with one hand and holding a glowing orb with the other, Liana looks exasperated, questioning the purpose of such trials and tribulations. Lying on the ground, Liana looks exhausted, touching her forehead as if overwhelmed by the gravity of her situation, enveloped in shadows and moonlight. Liana finds an envelope on the ground, suddenly remembering something she had forgotten about, and delicate flowers seem to bloom from the darkness around it. Warm sunlight streams through the large ornate windows, illuminating Liana as she stands in the great golden room, her face a mixture of wonder and realization. In front of a table lavishly laden with sweets and treats, Liana is taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief at the lavish display as the miniature figurine also expresses shock. Reynag, with his brown hair and enigmatic appearance, gives Liana a piercing look, asking her what she would like in return, creating a sense of anticipation. Liana looks in amazement at the table covered with exquisite desserts in a delicate birdcage, bewildered by their magical levitation. In the great hall, Renat stands noble-looking, clutching a fork, while Liana asks about the purpose of such a lavish event, to which he cryptically replies that it is because she promised. Concern shines in Liana's eyes as she reluctantly admits to Renata that, despite the splendor of the cakes and flowers, she longs to know the reason for this luxury. The elegance of the setting is undeniable. Renat confirms to Liana that the celebration is in honor of the promise she made as he gracefully meets her gaze. In the glow of golden light, Renat reminds Liana of her vow to spend as much time with him as with a past acquaintance, his words a gentle echo of devotion. An aching silence envelops Liana. Her brooding blue eyes hold untold stories, reflecting the world beyond the gilded walls that surround her. In a moment of loneliness, anxiety grips Liana, her thoughts focused on Adrian's well-being, revealing a depth of care and connection. A sense of melancholy washes over Liana as she hesitates to ask something personal, her reticence palpable in the dimly lit room. The image captures the unspoken sorrow of a lonely heart. As Liana takes a bite of the fruitcake, her sad expression reveals the unfulfilled desires that lurk beneath the surface of the holiday. Dorian is upset, his shirt is torn and his body is covered in scars. He seems to remember past wounds with pain, considering them reminders of parental discipline. With a dazed expression on his face, he touches his neck as he ponders the harsh statement that he must be beaten to become human. The scene is tense and dramatic. Liana, looking tired and disappointed, sits at the table with a cupcake in front of her. She reflects on the multitude of challenges when one prepares to add frosting to a treat. She tries the cupcake, admitting it tastes great. Her facial expression is soft, in stark contrast to the intensity of the previous scene. A poised man with brown hair and elaborate attire, Renat appears calm with a mysterious exterior. His look is insightful and thoughtful. Liana's mood changes to confusion and thoughtfulness. She seems to be in deep thought, perhaps about the situation she finds herself in or the conversation she just had. With a lollipop in hand, Liana offers it to someone else, asking if they want to try it too. Her offer is casual and friendly, a moment of lightness. An image of Renata's elegant attire, emphasizing the intricate details and opulent nature of his clothing, hinting at his status or personality. Liana's hand rests gracefully on the table, adorned with an intricate circular gold bracelet that suggests a touch of nobility or significant status. The soft light that illuminates the scene suggests a peaceful setting, perhaps a quiet morning or a peaceful afternoon. The room is filled with warm, golden hues as Liana looks up in surprise, her pink hair framing her face. The brown-haired and bespectacled Ren was caught in mid-motion, his fork stopping at his mouth. And? What eludes him seems to be a reaction to Liana's sudden movement or an unexpected break in the meal. Liana stands in a daze, her thoughts shouting in the background, "Boo!" Renag, dressed in a white shirt, expresses remorse, but what he is apologizing for remains unspoken. Renag, wearing a detailed waistcoat, carefully presses a napkin to his face, his words hidden in a bubble of conversation, leaving the reason for his apology a mystery. As Liana sits, the golden glow of the room washing over her, Renag stands tall, his offer of forgiveness hanging in the air, his silhouette imposing yet gentle. A close-up of Liana shows a hint of sadness in her eyes, the difficulty of adjusting to Renag's presence visible in her gaze, the soft pink tint reflecting her excitement. The grandeur of the feast that awaits them is only hinted at, the text expressing Liana's commitment to spend time with Renag as elusive as the details of the feast. Renag's profile is captured in a moment of contemplation, his face half hidden, his thoughts about how difficult it is to meet Liana's gaze shared only with the reader. Their figures almost touch, surrounded by a cascade of intricate patterns and cold flowers, and Liana's inner thoughts emphasize the harshness of their reality. Liana's determination not to cross the line with Renag is depicted in a bubble, her figure small against a cool background, the plan of harmony in her sigh. Renag, whose expression is unrecognizable behind the glasses reflecting the warm light, ponders how Liana is enjoying their time together, the question hanging delicately between them. Blushing at the realization, Liana turns away, her inner turmoil reflected in bright hues, the weight of Renaga's words not lost on her. Liana's eyes widen in surprise and excitement, the background exploding with shades of red, reflecting her strong emotions. She exclaims loudly, asserting something decisively. In contrast, a handsome man with brown hair, Renat, stands in an ethereal glow. His brooding pose and golden background suggest a serene, almost divine presence. Enjoying a sumptuous meal, Liana savors every bite with pleasure. "The mode to keep eating without worrying about gaining weight is activated," she declares, as if enjoying all the variety available. With a gentle, understanding gesture, Renat feeds Liana a tasty morsel, admitting that she lacked such pleasures in the past. The moment is warm and intimate. Renat admits that he has heard a lot about Liana, although they have never met before. He respects her privacy about her past, and their conversation is intimate and candid. Liana, averting her eyes and a soft blush on her cheeks, sheepishly asks if Renat was talking about her, indicating a mix of hope and curiosity. As Liana enjoys her tea, she learns that her release date will soon be announced, leaving her shocked and speechless, mirroring her wide eyes. In a poignant moment, Liana ponders the idea of freedom, her expression a complex tapestry of hope and despair. The scene shifts to a winter day. Liana's back is turned, clutching a suitcase, ready for a new chapter. Her disbelief about her future freedom is palpable. Finally, Renat asks about Liana's feelings in a gentle tone, hinting at the worries and unspoken feelings between them. Liana confesses to the alleged crime, her eyes filling with tears, the weight of her words weighing heavily on her. She reacts in shock to the sudden bright light, her previous distress momentarily replaced by wonder. Renat offers Liana comfort, his declaration of her innocence enveloping her in a much-needed hug. In the middle of the night, Liana reflects on the injustice of her situation, her silhouette in stark contrast to the towering tower. Renat reveals the truth to Liana. Her unique nature sets her apart, a distinction that explains her current predicament. Surrounded by golden light, Renat warns Liana of the dangers that threaten the safety of their current haven. In revealing her true status, Liana is portrayed as of noble blood, an identity confirmed by her poised elegance. Renata's intense focus and stern expression convey an unspoken promise to protect Liana from the trouble that awaits her. A grand party unfolds. The guests do not notice Liana's inner excitement. Their laughter echoes through the gilded hall. Renat broods alone, his thoughts as tangled as the thorns around him, a silent vow to unravel the mystery of Liana's plight. Liana sits alone, hugging her knees with a melancholy look around her as the rain falls softly around her. As she sat among the clouds with animal figures, Dorian asked her with a simple, Liana responds with a weary hum, indicating her continued loneliness. Liana has an animal therapy moment with Dorian, pictured with puppy and cat emojis as she sighs, finding some comfort. Dorian, wearing a white shirt with a mysterious tattoo peeking out from under the collar, apologizes, saying he can't give Liana a poem today. Liana sits back to back with Dorian. He reassures her, "Hey, cheer up," and she says, "It's not food," referring to the colorful shapes around them. Wide-eyed, Liana asks if she can repeat something, the scene enlivened by glow and floral motifs. Amidst a pile of cherry blossom-like drawings, Dorian wonders when he managed to change, and a sense of understanding dawns on him. A confused Liana is prompted to reveal a hand holding something important as she contemplates what is happening. Liana, surrounded by floral patterns, watches Dorian in amazement as he asks aloud when he got the chance to change. Dorian, with a look that is both piercing and confused, doubts Liana's obvious dislike for him, suspecting hatred. Her line, with a touch of humility, hints at complex feelings that, it would seem, could not be changed with simple words. In the next moment, Dorian is stunned by the weight of the conversation. He expresses his hatred for Liana, but his anguish is obvious. Nothing will change, even if she admits it. Dorian suggests a cooling-off period before resuming their uneasy dialogue. As Dorian ponders, his expression softens, showing uncertainty. He doesn't understand why his thoughts keep returning to Liana, a feeling that both confuses and fascinates him. During an intimate conversation, Dorian questions Liana about her discomfort with eye contact, disapproving of her avoidance. However, in the same breath, he compliments her beautiful eyes, adding a layer of complexity to their interaction. Struggling to regain her composure, Liana warns Dorian to keep his distance or risk losing the anonymity of their secret interaction, her face flushed with a mixture of irritation and vulnerability. Understanding the stakes, Liana carefully navigates the space between them. Her firm request to ask one last question hangs in the air, a mix of curiosity and caution shaping her tone. A tender scene unfolds as Dorian supports Liana, who sits in obvious despair. She questions his sudden departure in the past, a silent departure that left unspoken words and unresolved emotions. Liana looks surprised and thoughtful, saying, "I've always been—" and a mysterious shimmer hovers nearby. There is a spark of interest in her eyes. Dorian, with short gray hair and a charming gaze, says, "That's interesting." His tone suggests intrigue and curiosity. Confronted with each other, Liana firmly states that she will not answer any questions. Dorian, sitting nonchalantly, mocks the question she was about to ask him. Liana was caught off guard when Dorian, peering intently, asked if she knew of any gyre. The question seems unexpected and significant. Dorian slyly insists on an exchange. He will answer her questions if she reciprocates. His posture indicates confidence and control over the situation. Liana, pressed for time, agrees to answer Dorian's first question. The tension builds as she accepts the inevitability of the moment. In a rush of emotions, Liana exclaims, "Why now?" then promises to return later. Dorian watches her with a calm and understanding look. Liana stands up, pulls Dorian up, asking for promises. The air is saturated with expectation and the weight of this promise. Their fingers lightly touch, a delicate moment captured amidst a whirlwind of emotion, signifying an important yet fragile bond. Liana walks away, reaffirming her determination to return each time a promise is made, a combination of determination and vulnerability in her posture. In the softly lit room, Dorian stands with a gentle gaze, his silver hair framing his face, uttering a single word. "Good." Two hands almost touch in a moment of hesitation, one reaching out with ethereal grace, the other almost motionless, accompanied by a soft, inaudible grunt. Liana's long hair flows down as she walks away from Dorian, who is kneeling on the ground holding something precious with a halo of light surrounding it. Dorian hides half his face behind his hand, surrounded by an aura of flowers and light, his tattoo peeking out from under his sleeve as he says, "You have to come back, Liana." A sumptuous banquet table stands on the balcony, bathed in golden sunlight spilling over the opulent space, evoking a carefree moment in time. A sumptuous meal unfolds between two figures, one apologizing for dropping in on the other, the dialogue casual but with a hint of formality. Liana, with her pink hair and pensive expression, seems surprised by the splendor around her when someone notes her apparent surprise at being there. With a reserved and elegant demeanor, Renag speaks, perhaps imparting insight or revelation, and his elaborate attire speaks of his status. Liana sits alone on a quiet lawn, brooding, wondering why she didn't appear before the others earlier. In the dark room, Renag stares out the window, the soft glow accenting his thoughtful expression as he talks about giving Liana time to get used to it. Liana sits at the dining room table with the quiet sunset outside, wondering aloud if content moderation requests are common. Her facial expression is calm as she gently denies such a pattern. Clutching the silverware that exudes anxiety, Liana reflects on the seriousness of ancestry and lineage. She holds her fork tightly, reflecting her inner struggle. She turns to Renata across the table accusingly. Noticing his attitude towards her as a noblewoman, her eyes mixed with resentment and mistrust. Renate, dressed in elaborate attire, responds to Liana in a dismissive tone, pointing out that she is not of noble birth, belittling her contributions and status. Against a background of royalty and expectation, two figures look out over a royal scene, suggesting the weight of titles and legacies. Renat stands regal with his hand on his chest, wishing that Liana would not hold grudges against him, his posture radiating a mixture of concern and formality. Liana is stunned, her eyes wide in surprise as she hears something unexpected about disrespecting her family, her expression frozen at the moment of revelation. There is a discussion between the two characters in the kitchen. Liana overhears it from the dining room, her presence unnoticed as she listens intently. Liana ponders the name Liana with a worried expression on her face, indicating a connection or realization that causes her concern. Renat, bewildered by the unfolding situation, is caught in the middle of the peninsula, his astonishment evident as he struggles to comprehend what is happening, his body partially turned towards the source of his confusion. In a scene filled with statues and elaborate decor, a voice addresses Liana, saying that her brother wants to speak with her. Liana is asked if she has apologized to anyone, hinting at a possible tension or misunderstanding. Liana lies awake at night, realizing that she neglected to answer the letter, hinting at a mistake that could have consequences. The atmosphere is tense as Liana confesses something frightening, perhaps reflecting an inner turmoil or troubling situation. Renag advises Liana to meet someone as soon as possible, hinting at the urgency and concern. Liana is shocked when Renag mentions the problem, implying that she is unaware of the problem that has arisen. Dorian holds a rubber band, a symbol of access or responsibility associated with the underground part of their home, introducing an element of mystery. Out in the open, Liana appears troubled, her expression showing worry or sadness, perhaps due to the events happening around her. An ominous shadow looms over Dorian, with a speech bubble foreshadowing his eventual death, creating a sense of impending danger. Dorian stands with a majestic snow leopard, and the narrative speaks of a hidden talent or secret that others must not discover. Liana looks at her worriedly, her teary face showing worry as she contemplates her situation. The dinner scene unfolds with Liana in the background, and a man sitting at the table warning of the need to be vigilant due to recent events. A worried Liana ponders the safety of her loyal friend, saying that her home is now surrounded by negativity due to a terrorist attack that tarnished her family's reputation. In Liana's terrifying imagination, Dorian goes on a murderous rampage, but then she hesitates, worried about her brother's safety in such a scenario. The man, possibly named Heinrich, is expected to arrive within 4 days, according to dinner table conversation. A stern warning was given of the necessary silence in the prison, with the threat of what would happen if the silence was disturbed. Liana hesitantly answers when asked if they can disparage her brother before he arrives. In a carriage escorted by guards, it is revealed that Liana's brother is leaving and the letter will not be sent, suggesting a sense of finality or urgency. The man at the table, presumably Dorian, urges Liana not to interfere if a conflict arises, showing a protective side. Liana, with a soft expression on her face, thanks her husband for his concern, admitting that despite everything, they are not cruel to each other. Liana, with a touch of humility, declares that she will leave the table after discussing everything. She is seen bent over a table laden with sumptuous fruits and dishes, her pink hair falling forward. Next, we see an intimate moment between Liana and a regal figure adorned in gold. He assures her of his constant presence and willingness to help. They are both enveloped in a soft, golden light that emphasizes their interaction. In a dimly lit place, Liana stands confidently, asking if a meeting with the prisoners is possible, showing her concern for those who are left alone. Time seems to be of the essence for Liana as she stands worried, realizing that there isn't much left. The tension is palpable when she looks out the balcony or window at the night sky. Persistent and determined, Liana expresses her desire to go down into the dungeon. She is assured that she will be seen through, and her blue-eyed gaze is full of purpose. Liana follows the guard through an ornate, torch-lit stone corridor that marks the beginning of her journey underground. On the way down, Liana meets a young man who seems surprised by her presence. His surprise suggests that Liana's visit to the dungeons is not ordinary. A close-up of their feet as they walk captures a moment of hesitation, a small but telling detail of their risk into the dark corners of the castle. Liana's calmness is evident as she looks back, perhaps hearing something unexpected or being called, creating a moment of tension. Finally, Liana is seen from behind, her figure illuminated by a mystical glow against the dark background of the dungeon, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. Liana stands in the stone corridor. The light penetrates, thoughtfully touching her chin. She thinks aloud, as if about someone's intentions. With a gloomy expression on her face, Liana leaned against the cold stone wall, lowering her eyes. She is deep in thought, worried about something that is not immediately clear. Startled by the sudden noise, Liana quickly turns around, a look of shock on her face. She calls out the name, Axie, as if she recognized someone or something unexpected. A delicate hand reaches for a glowing, shimmering light surrounded by ethereal symbols and soft glowing orbs. Liana marvels at her own hand, saying, "Here's my hand," as if discovering something magical. Liana, surprised, asks Jair if it's really him and is glad that he remembers her. Her mood quickly turns to anger. She asks why Jair hasn't spoken to her. She expresses frustration with her many attempts to contact him, feeling taken for granted. In a calmer tone, Liana sarcastically suggests finding a more private place, away from prying eyes. She stands in front of a grand building, wistfully pondering the quickest way to have a private conversation. Liana finds herself alone in the serene setting of the open air, thinking it would be a suitable place to talk. As she waits, she feels someone approaching and wonders if it is Aker who has finally arrived. Looking at her hand, Liana contemplates the bracelet that may hold the meaning of the expected meeting. Suddenly, her bracelet breaks, startling her and symbolizing the potential break in their bond. Upset by the broken bracelet, Liana asks if this is a sign of their relationship. Liana stands indecisive, unsure whether to retreat or continue. She seems torn by indecision. In the darkness, Liana is struck by the presence of a man standing tall and foreboding behind her. A mysterious hand reaches out, gently caressing Liana's hair, causing her to freeze in place. A hand now covers Liana's eyes. She is visibly shocked, her body tense with surprise. With her eyes closed, Liana is told it's okay in a soothing tone, hinting at familiarity. Suddenly, Liana's vision is restored and she looks at the strange scene, her eyes filled with surprise. Liana's brother greets her, his question laced with concern as he stands amidst the flowers. He gently reminds Liana that no one else can say her name the way he does, implying a deep connection. Liana, looking confused, ponders her next move, surrounded by uncertainty. She stands alone, casting a long shadow, the gravity of her situation weighing heavily on her. Liana chooses to communicate only with those who know nothing about her previous life, having carefree conversations in a magnificent setting decorated with gold and silk. Reflecting alone, she reflects on her superficial acquaintance with the gentleman, considering the true nature of their relationship and their emotional intimacy. In a moment of distress, Liana questions her own strength and ability to maintain composure during a meaningful conversation with someone close to her. Liana is depicted in a somber moment, looking out from behind iron bars, aware that her dialogue with this man has been silenced forever. Her brother speaks alone, making a mournful admission that he believed Liana's voice was lost to him forever. As Liana rests in an uneasy slumber during what is likely to be their last meeting, an air of humble acceptance surrounds her. In the stillness of the night, her brother wrestles with his thoughts about what he would do if Liana suddenly woke up, revealing his deep inner struggle. In an intimate revelation under the cover of night, he confesses his hidden visits and motivations, gently holding Liana's hand, hinting at a deep connection. The story ends with a flashback to Liana's recent troubled relationship with her brother, leaving the depth of their estrangement to the imagination. Liana broods, her troubled relationship with her brother casting a shadow over her delicate features. Her fingers touch her lips, a silent testament to the complexity of their relationship. In the dim forest, Liana, dressed in a glowing blue dress, confronts her brother. The tension between them is palpable, their positions reflecting the seriousness of their argument. Liana's brother sincerely apologizes with remorse in his eyes. He regrets the circumstances that led Liana to take his place, acknowledging the immediate impact of her arrival. The atmosphere changes when Liana's brother blindfolds her with a gentle touch, his actions a mysterious prelude to an unseen ritual, leaving Liana visibly confused. Blindfolded, Liana confesses her loneliness, an unbearable feeling that seems to envelop her in the silence of the night. The brother's face is a canvas of emotions as he slowly removes Liana's bandage. His question, "Did you miss me?" Both the request and the hope hang in the air. Liana stands blindfolded, her expression unintelligible, and her brother's voice, with a hint of uncertainty, seeks confirmation of her feelings. A sudden memory of Dorian permeates Liana's thoughts, a stark contrast to the roses around her. Despite her resistance, the memory lingers, as if Adrian's presence is woven into the very fabric of her life. Confusion and realization dawned on Liana when she heard the word brother. The term carries a weight that seems to both anchor and confuse her. Liana's brother watches her carefully, hope flickering in his eyes. Her use of the word brother suggests forgiveness, an olive branch extended amidst the turmoil of their past. Liana stands with a man believed to be her brother, his hand gently guiding her blindfold against a forest backdrop. Their expressions are serious, hinting at the important moment they shared. Liana, with a blindfold now covering her eyes, appears to be undergoing a test or ritual as her brother watches intently. The dialogue shows the concern for her well-being and the close bond between the brothers and sisters. The atmosphere intensifies. Liana's brother leans close. She feels his breath, uttering a phrase about her health. Closeness and a protective tone suggest a deep personal conversation. A sense of danger lurks as her brother speaks gravely, hinting at the consequences if she gets hurt. His protective stance and piercing gaze convey a willingness to protect her. The brother talks about rescheduling Liana's release date, and Liana seems to be looking for something with her hand. Tension is building around the upcoming event and its quest. The brother explains the reason for rescheduling the date is that he wants Liana to be at home with him as they stand side by side in the dark forest. The scene conveys a combination of anticipation and reassurance. As night falls, the brother opens his red eyes and talks about preparing a safe place for Liana. His supernatural outlook hints at the hidden forces at work in their story. Liana, still blindfolded, recalls the explosion, hinting at past trauma or danger. Her worried expression emphasizes the seriousness of the memory. In a gentle gesture, the brother kisses Liana's head, reassuring her, while insisting that he didn't make her remember. The action shows his concern and sympathy for her difficulties. Finally, Liana is told to wait a little longer, implying patience for the inevitable change or revelation. His brother's comforting hand on her blindfold emphasizes his support during this wait. Liana, with a strained expression in her eyes, ominously warns that she will follow someone. Amid the thick foliage, Liana, adorned with her long pink hair, stands thoughtfully, holding a bow, as dusk falls. A man shrouded in darkness expresses his frustration by cursing as he struggles with poor visibility and memory loss. Liana touches her forehead, worried about her high temperature, while a sense of worry is visible on her face. A man in the forest calls out with a lantern, looking for Liana, his stance showing urgency and concern. Liana meets a man in armor in the forest and they greet each other. She asks if he has seen any of the men, implying that she is looking for someone. Their conversation continues and the armored man is surprised by Liana's inquiry about the prisoner, leading to a misunderstanding. The armored man clarifies to Liana that no captives have arrived and they have an honored guest today. In the majestic reveal, the man stands surrounded by dark, mystical flowers, creating an aura of elegance and mystery. A man in armor hears strange noises and shares his concern with Liana, who appears confused and concerned by the discovery. Liana seems alarmed as she looks off into the distance, remarking that they were there, and the person hastily runs off, thanking someone named Miss Mana. She is depicted in a peaceful moment, quietly apologizing with a slight smile on her face in the quiet shade of the trees. In a whimsical setting filled with pink flowers and stars, Liana sharply points her finger and shouts a comic book style, "Bang!" based on her action when she declares victory over whatever she is facing. Under the cover of night, Liana puts a finger to her lips, pondering that she must have overdone it with cigarettes and flowers, hinting at a recent indulgence or mysterious ceremony. A shadowy figure questions why the brother would visit such a place, suggesting a sinister or unexpected reason for the appearance, adding a layer of mystery to Liana's interaction. A hand is shown holding a black card with an ornate pattern, suggesting a sense of intrigue or mystery surrounding the meaning of the object. In the great room, Liana is surprised by a man who looks cheerful, with a characteristic mustache that gives the appearance of playfulness or disguise. The man with the mustache is convinced that the character named Rose has a more serious personality, prompting the small figure to question whether Rose would respond to such a provocation, hinting at a challenge or conflict. The mustachioed man makes a joke about betting on the dragon's tail, and Liana looks at him as if amused and perhaps a little angered by the eccentricity of the situation. Liana laughs in the playful man's presence as they discuss the great roses of the empire, a conversation that seems casual and mysterious, perhaps hinting at people or important events. Liana, with flowing pink hair, looks exasperated as she declares her talent for listening to stories she's already familiar with, a look of mock humility on her face. An elderly gentleman with a twinkle in his eye confidently points with his hand, claiming that there are 3 unique things in the empire that are unlike any other. The majestic castle, created by the legendary artist during the founding of the empire, stands proudly in the sun, its architecture grand and timeless. The image cuts to a night scene, showing a fortress called Kamsarakam, said to have been built in ancient times, with fireworks lighting up the dark sky above it. The scene cuts to a breathtaking view of a rose-engraved glass dome, beneath which lies a vibrant bed of roses of various colors, symbolizing the last of the 3 unique treasures of the empire. A group of 5 prominent figures stands under a complex architectural element. Their names are held in high esteem, comparing the majesty of roses, symbolizing the heroism of the empire. Liana is finally seated comfortably, a slight smile playing on her lips as she casually talks about the abilities, while the older gentleman enjoys his tea treat, his expression smug and satisfied. Dorian stands in a cathedral-like room, her gaze fixed on the fateful emblems of red and black roses that echo the ancient struggle of valor and despotism. A man with hair as black as night contemplates his marriage, known as the War of the Roses, a tumult of unseen battles and alliances. Her back turned, Renag surveys a distant castle with yellow roses symbolizing neutrality, which seems to resonate with her, hinting at her own position in the conflict. Shocked, the pink-haired Liana is faced with a startling revelation, her face filled with shock at the truth, which shakes up her previously untroubled world. A mysterious, illuminated, bespectacled figure stands with a yellow rose, indicating a secret maneuver or intention yet to be revealed, creating tension in the plot. Liana sits engaged in a solemn discussion about the disappearance of heroism in their land, a stark contrast to the revered white rose, a beacon of purity and moral stability. Surrounded by an ethereal glow, the woman is venerated as a saint, her hands clasped in prayer, a clear testament to her divine healing power and the holiness with which she holds herself. Visibly stunned, Liana struggles with the heavy mantle of being likened to a miracle worker, the idea of a divine-like healing power looming over her. The woman, framed by her flowing golden hair, stands before the majesty of the throne, a tale of her undiscovered origins that makes her the enigmatic heroine of her own story. Liana stands among the falling cherry blossoms, her pink hair and blue outfit blending in with the soft colors around her. She looks contemplative, deep in thought, her hand gently touching her chin. On closer inspection, Liana looks surprised, her large blue eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. The text suggests a sudden realization or an unexpected thought that occurs to her. Dressed in a gorgeous golden dress adorned with intricate lace and floral patterns, the woman delicately holds a radiant rose, her face hidden by cascading golden locks. In the conversation, the hero humorously notes that the Rosenthal's power is gone because their children are born without it, which seems to worry Liana, who is standing in the background. Yawning, the white-robed figure denies the seriousness of the situation, hinting that the problems at the Rosenthal estate aren't as dire as they seem, while Liana listens in the background. While discussing the upcoming visiting day, an older character with a mustache gleefully changes the subject, prompting a surprised reaction from Liana. The same mustachioed hero fondly remembers the time allotted for visits, with a satisfied smile leaning on the palm of his hand, while Liana watches intently. Liana sits outside at a lavishly decorated table, discussing the 3-day holiday disguised as a 1-day event with a vivacious red-haired companion. Thoughtful Liana suspects that her brother may have arrived early for the big event, her face mixed with anticipation and anxiety. A boy emerges from a makeshift ship, eagerly waiting for the celebration to begin, while a crowd of other children look on with excitement. Liana gazes thoughtfully at the sky, where Adrian would ideally be hidden this Memorial Day. But in reality, his father will most likely begin showing off their new creation to the audience below. At the top of the castle, with a surprised expression on their faces, someone wonders if they can be there, hinting at the curiosity and courage that drives them to explore unusual places. Silhouette of a couple standing next to each other in thoughtful silence. One whispers about the need for their action, while the other, with clear blue eyes, seems concerned about the temporary nature of their solution. Liana, surrounded by a calm, pink blush, is deep in thought. Her eyes show a mixture of determination and concern, emphasizing the emotional complexity of the situation she's faced with. Under cover of darkness, Dorian ponders the reasons for his unnatural growth, reflecting the scientific or perhaps supernatural quest behind his character. Jair, decked out in sunglasses and an enigmatic smile, suggests that someone might be looking for him too. The text refers to a cat-and-mouse game where both are intrigued by the other's presence. 2 guards block the entrance, their stance firm and their intent clear. You may not pass. They represent authority and adherence to rules in this story. An ethereal glow accompanies Liana as she confronts the guards, claiming she has permission. The scene presents a clash between her determination and bureaucratic obstacles. Liana seems worried as she stands in the dimly lit hallway. Her facial expressions and atmosphere evoke a sense of foreboding and the complexity of the challenges she faces. The aftermath of an apparent battle or accident is shown. A guard magically descends among the wreckage, emphasizing the fantasy elements of the story. Liana finally questions the guard about the prisoner's safety, hinting at her concern and complicity in the unfolding drama, and the guard reassures her of the situation, albeit with limitations. Liana stands by the window, her pink hair falling down as a gentle sigh escapes her lips. Her eyes are downcast, thoughtful. In the dark, Liana looks more determined, her eyes sharp and her posture level. She seems to be pondering a major decision about finding a way to communicate with someone named Jev. Her eyes glistening in the soft light, Liana looks away, a bracelet jingling on her wrist. She seems to be looking thoughtfully at the same bracelet. Meeting Renag, a man with brown hair, his face serious and his clothes elegant. He asks Liana if she has seen her brother, to which she confirms with a simple nod. Liana, with tears in her eyes, responds to Renag's request. Despite her emotional appearance, she confirms the meeting with a short, stinging "ah." Renag, looking disappointed and touching his forehead, says that he is asking someone to be patient. His statement suggests a quick and direct approach to Liana, indicating a sense of urgency or concern. In the sunlit room, Liana speaks to Renag in an apologetic tone, implying that she understands that he may have endured a difficult ordeal. However, Renag rejects the need for an apology. Renag talks about the commotion his brother caused, suggesting Liana noticed it. They are in a large room, indicating wealth or high status. Renag asks something curiously. His face shows a mixture of concern and intrigue. It can be seen that he is waiting for an explanation or an answer from Liana. With a burst of laughter, Liana seemed to find relief or amusement in the situation. The mood improved, indicating a resolution or understanding between them. Liana's brother stands with a gentle smile, her arms wrapped around him in a reassuring embrace. The trees in the background blur in a misty haze, reflecting her soft presence. Liana's brother can be seen from behind, looking at the gloomy landscape. A dark and brooding scene conveys a sense of loss or regret. The caption suggests a serious rift between him and Liana, deepening the mystery of their relationship. Turning her back, Liana looks into the distance. Her long pink hair flows like a river, contrasting sharply with the dark roses and shadowy foreground. It's a quiet moment of reflection, perhaps about a strained relationship with her brother. Renag looks concerned, his brow furrowed as he asks if everything is okay. A warm environment creates a comfortable space where pure emotions safely float to the surface. His facial expressions and questions show concern for Liana. Liana's eyes are filled with tears. A statement hangs in the air that she will not forgive Renaga. The tension between them is palpable, a mixture of anger and sadness written on her face as she confronts her brother. Sitting apart, Liana and Renag exchange words about sent and unanswered letters, signaling a break in communication. Renag acknowledges a difficult past, while Liana sits reserved but aloof, the space between them filled with unspoken words. In a swirl of pastels, Liana contemplates change. She admits that she is not the person she once was, hinting at personal growth and developing a relationship, possibly with Renag. Liana sits calmly, surrounded by the glow of soft light and blooming flowers. There is a sense of new clarity and acceptance as she speaks of awakening and awareness, perhaps of her past with Renag. Renag is silent. The prompt is empty. This powerful silence speaks volumes, perhaps indicating his remorse or inability to express his thoughts to Liana. Renag is presented in a terrible light, suggesting the harsh decree or harsh truth he was used to accepting. The lyrics speak of an inevitable outcome, hinting at a grim decision that could affect Liana deeply. In a sumptuously decorated room, a man in regal attire with a glittering sheen is seen mid-sentence, gesticulating sharply as he ponders how to begin his story about his brother. Renag stands dejectedly with her hand to her forehead, her attire indicating her noble status as she comments on her arrival in the imperial carriage, hinting at a grand entrance or the expectation of protocol. A young girl, surprised and confused, is surrounded by a strange series of stars. She tries to understand what was just said, doubting the motives of the actions that took her by surprise. With an expression of anxiety and disbelief, Liana emotionally asks why she hasn't been visited as expected, her face a mixture of disappointment and confusion. A stately woman in purple sits in a luxurious room with a man kneeling in front of her, demonstrating power dynamics. The surrounding text reveals the social hierarchy and its unfavorable reputation. Liana, squinting, was deep in thought as she pondered the unexpected turn of events, subtly worried about the unpredictable reactions that might arise from the unfolding circumstances. The figure looms in the shadows, expressing uncertainty and reflecting on past visits, highlighting the theme of waiting and the importance of tradition or duty in this narrative. Reynag holds an envelope, his face pensive as he reads the message about the promised visit, the concern in his eyes indicating the importance of this meeting and perhaps a history of broken promises. Liana stands in the doorway, confused when her companion tells her of an important meeting, prompting her to inquire further. Liana's eyes reflect shock as she approaches, searching for clarity on the unfinished revelation that has been shared with her. Under the stars, Dorian predicts a great change for Liana in 10 days, his face grim with the weight of the prophecy. In the stillness of the night, a lonely corner of the street, bathed in the soft glow of the evening stars, creates a calm but isolated scene. Liana stands by the wall, feeling accomplished. She reassures herself that everything is fine, and due to her dedication, the tasks will be completed by the deadline. A magnified image of hands opening to reveal a locket that holds mysterious power. The promise is that if one believes in the words of the vow, they can discover hidden truths. Dorian sits alone, unable to hide his frustration at not being able to stand up to someone named Adrian, especially at a time when it's so important to keep up appearances. A sense of urgency flashed across Liana's face. She knows she must find a way to quickly reconnect with Adrian, wondering if the means to do so are still intact or beyond repair. A flash of frustration leads Liana to make a startling discovery when she clenches a magic bracelet in her fist, causing an unintended reaction. Liana, taken aback, calls out to Adrian through the bracelet, apologizing for her earlier sudden departure, asking if her actions hurt him. Liana collapses in relief as the voice assures her with a light-hearted laugh that her sudden disappearance was expected, prompting an apology for teasing her. A solemn realization dawned on Liana. Jair doesn't realize that she knows, which prompts her to continue her search for answers in determined silence. The image shows Dwyran, a figure with a regal posture surrounded by an elaborately decorated frame of roses, indicating a status that might not welcome an interaction like Liana's. Liana stands in a dimly lit room, her pink hair and lab coat glowing slightly in the light. She looks upset, tears welling up in her eyes as she admits how hard it is to pretend not to care, hinting at an internal struggle. In a separate dark space, a man named Renag concentrates intently on creating a glowing orb of light chained to the darkness of his cell. He is informed that someone's father is coming soon, and it is important that nothing unusual happens to avoid suspicion. The torn photograph shows a man with icy blue hair and a dignified expression on his face, half obscured by shadow. A tear suggests a breakup, perhaps hinting at divided loyalties or a hidden identity. Back in the light, Liana contemplates, frowning as she contemplates the rations being given to someone with no name, an ordeal she's never faced before. The expression on her face conveys concern and perhaps foreboding. In a thrilling scene, a hand adorned with a royal cuff breaks a chain attached to a glowing orb. This represents an important moment, probably an escape or a breakthrough, as someone declares that it is only a matter of time. Reynag is immersed in strategic thinking over a map surrounded by luxury. He acknowledges the dire consequences of the discovery, suggesting an undercover operation on the brink of exposure. Liana looks visibly confused when asked why she seems calm. Her tightly clutched bracelet and furrowed brow betray her anxious state. Under a veil of concern, Jair stares intently at his clenched fist as he considers two potential courses of action, his posture frozen in worry. Dorian, his expression stern in the dimly lit setting, suggests a calculated move to erase any magical signatures from the detainee, his face a mask of determination. The scene moves to a dark street, where a plan is devised using an antique carriage to isolate the prisoner, preventing all visitors. Through her glowing magic bracelet, Liana communicates her commitment to a unique, risky strategy, her eyes searching for guidance in its implementation. Collapsing on the floor, Dorian reflects on the selective presence of his father in his son's life, which appears only when the son is healthy and his eyes shine with complex emotions. Contrasting his earlier considerations, Dorian sees the opposite. The father's remoteness when his son is unwell, his figure obscured by the bars of the cell. With precise movements, Jair prepares an elixir that causes a temporary illness, his watchful gaze indicating the seriousness of his actions. The close-up portrait of the emperor captures a fleeting moment of vulnerability as he acknowledges the reality of his own true illness. his eyes reflecting a rare hint of sincerity. The figure lies curled up, seemingly exhausted or in distress, with a speech bubble indicating the need to receive a strong signal for a call or message, perhaps for help. Liana looks on, expressing her concern that someone was intentionally made sick and calls it cruel. She seems to have witnessed a disturbing scene. Clenching her fist, Liana says firmly, "Let's do it," showing her determination to act on the difficult situation she's faced with. Liana seems thoughtful, her expression solemn as she speaks, perhaps making a serious promise or pondering the gravity of a decision. Liana closes her eyes, hoping or maybe reassuring herself that Jair will be okay, a hint of worry or wishful thinking coloring her tone. The man, Jair, muses with a determined bubble about his right to communicate, perhaps feeling vindicated by his supportive actions. Liana communicates with a magical bracelet that glows when she speaks, indicating a conversation with Jair, her tone conveying understanding or a complex explanation. Liana replies with a simple, "Okay," but her brooding look and "haha" hint at mixed feelings or acceptance of the situation at hand. Reflected in a moonlit window, Jair acknowledges the reality of the situation, with a speech that indicates an acceptance of the truth he had previously denied. In a moment of intense emotion, Dorian seems overwhelmed by a powerful, almost beastly force within him that struggles with the physical manifestation of this inner battle. The heroine stands with a staff. The expression on her face is calm but determined. She came to understand that only after meeting with the main character, certain events began to unfold that hinted at a significant connection. Calmly reflecting, Liana seeks to minimize the consequences of an uncertain event, demonstrating her desire to contain the situation with the least possible impact. While discussing strategy, Liana decides to fabricate a story about Hadrian's illness to justify her absence, ensuring that the head of the guard is unaware of the real reason for it. While sitting in a prison cell, Liana expresses her determination to find a solution to an unforeseen problem, hinting at her resourcefulness and determination. Jair discusses the delay of the event due to unforeseen circumstances, questioning the method of ensuring the delay, pointing to a situation that requires immediate attention and action. Liana, shocked by Jair's unexpected turn of events, shows a mixture of surprise and thoughtfulness as she holds a magical bracelet that appears to be a means of communication. With a stern look, Liana warns that she will notify everyone if necessary. She is determined to keep her abilities a secret, believing that she has a unique power that she is careful to share. Liana sits calmly looking at the glowing orb that seems to be communicating, insisting on the importance of doing things right. Liana contemplates the contents of the bottle as she contemplates the need to give Dorian the medicine amid the pending renovations downstairs. Shown is a luxurious room filled with designer materials and elegant decor, hinting at Liana's refined taste or profession in design. An excited young woman admires something or someone named Diana, her expression full of surprise and delight, indicating that she is probably witnessing something beautiful. Liana appears in a stunning, elaborate dress, looking down with a single tear as someone off-screen exclaims her beauty in a moment of vulnerable pride. With a sweet smile, Liana enjoys a moment of humor, her laughter punctuating the carefree scene amidst her elegant surroundings. Liana, dressed in a white dress with pink inserts, strides down the starlit staircase, her presence seeming both majestic and lonely. Liana asks two guards to enter, who react with shock, indicating either her sudden appearance or their recognition of her importance. A character described as Dorian is shown reaching for a doorknob, illustrating a moment of action or decision. Liana sits next to Dorian, who has collapsed on the floor, offering him comfort and a gentle touch as he rests, a scene of care and concern in a peaceful atmosphere. Dorian's eye, adorned with an intricate blue pattern, looks off to the side, reflecting a hint of brooding. His hand gently adorns his face. This scene is tinged with subtle introspection. Dorian's arm reaches out in a graceful, sweeping motion, as if caught in a lively exchange. His cry, "Stop, stop," emphasizes the moment with urgency. Liana, seen from behind, sighs sadly. "I'm so bored." Looking into the distance, her posture and surroundings hint at a sense of isolation. Dorian seems to be lamenting, and once again, "You're just a dream." His gaze is off into the distance, his expression one of sad resignation. In a playful and dreamy setting, Dorian comments on the unusual outfit, sparking a lighthearted exchange that adds a touch of humor to the narrative. With a mixture of seriousness and embarrassment, Dorian asks for reassurance. "Swear to me you're not gone." His vulnerability is evident as he seeks confirmation of reality. Amidst a flurry of pink flowers, Dorian and Liana share an intimate moment, their closeness showing a deep connection as he whispers, "Kiss me gently." Liana, realizing, stops to think about something unexpected. Her expression is one of curiosity and surprise as she says, "Wait a minute." Dorian stands with an enigmatic expression on his face, his piercing blue eyes and tousled white hair illuminated by a soft glow. Tattoos peek out from under his collar as he stares thoughtfully ahead. Liana's closed eyes and contented smile are accentuated by her pink hair as she hums merrily, seemingly in her own world, oblivious to her surroundings. Dorian, with a hand to his ear, looks troubled by the distant conversation, a hint of urgency and concern reflected in his eyes. Sitting alone in the shadows, Dorian seems overwhelmed by loneliness, the caption revealing his sense of insignificance in this particular setting. In close-up, Liana's eyes sparkle bright shades of blue, and a teardrop-shaped gem hangs near her face, giving her a playful appeal. Dorian's brooding face is half-shaded, his eyes conveying a mixture of emotions, perhaps anticipation or apprehension. In an intimate scene, Dorian holds Liana close, his eyes pleading for patience as she reaches for him, their interaction full of tension. Dorian's face is marked by vulnerability, eyes twinkling with unshed tears as he questions Liana's intentions, searching for an explanation for her alleged betrayal. Their faces close, Liana tugs at Dorian's tie, her expression a mix of demand and desperation, begging him not to abandon her. Looking miserable, Dorian begs Liana for forgiveness, his hand around his neck as if trying to keep the emotion in his voice. Dorian's eyes fill with tears as she utters a heartfelt plea, her hands trembling at her face. The insistence in his voice is clear, revealing deep emotional turmoil. With wide eyes filled with surprise and pain, Liana froze as the hand stopped in front of her. The abruptness of the action casts a shadow on the moment, leaving the outcome uncertain. Dorian's expression is one of confusion and discomfort, his piercing blue eyes reflecting a question and complaint about intimacy, hinting at an intimate moment that may have crossed the line. An intense exchange ensues as Liana demands that Dorian leave. His response, reluctant and painful, reveals the internal struggle between his desires and her command, highlighting the tension between the two. Dorian's face, marked with bewilderment, registers the shock of the sudden realization. He struggles with acceptance, forcing himself to face the reality before him, hinting at an important turning point. Liana sighs tiredly, her features soften in submission. This change hints at her emotional exhaustion, perhaps in response to the current dynamic with Dorian. Laughter bursts from Liana's lips, breaking the previous tension. Her cheerfulness suggests a sudden change in atmosphere, perhaps signaling a turning point in their story. Liana puts a finger to Dorian's lips teasingly, her playful question about his feelings catching him off guard. His reaction shows the vulnerable side of their relationship, full of unspoken emotions. Dorian flinches, his words mixed with discomfort and pleas for leniency as Liana continues to squeeze his cheek. This moment combines tenderness with playful dynamics. Dorian questions Liana's logic with a hint of hilarity, his words evoking the irony of the situation. Their close physical contact suggests a comfortable and teasing relationship. In the dimly lit room, Liana looks worriedly at Dorian. Dorian, with his strikingly white hair, looks pensive as he says, "Can I not give you a hug?" A close-up of Dorian shows a worried look in his bright blue eyes. He tells Liana, "You didn't keep your promise, so I think I can let—" Liana, caught off guard by Dorian's direct gaze, awkwardly tries to switch to informal language, using a softer tone. She says, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable." Liana blushes profusely, stunned by Dorian's attention. She internally doubts whether he only dreams of her. Liana looks down, offering to change the subject to calm things down. Dorian looks thoughtful and asks, "About anything else?" Dorian, with a stunned expression on his face, hears from Liana that he was too kind to her, as if she were his sister. In a dreamlike sequence, a man leans over a sleeping woman, delicately touching her hand, hinting at a deeper connection. Sitting close on the ground, Liana asks Dorian if he has any siblings, revealing through his response that they both share the experience of loneliness. Liana looks surprised and pensive as she reads the letter confirming the unexpected meeting, trying to believe it's true. Dorian, visibly agitated, insists that he doesn't want to be thought of as a younger brother, emphasizing this with wide eyes and a firm stance. Liana looks at Dorian in disbelief, questioning his knowledge of the term associated with courage. Surprise and curiosity are combined in her expression. Dorian, smiling lightly, assures her that he is indeed in the know, implying that he discussed it with Merida. Dorian, with a shocked expression on his face and a hand over his mouth, seems to be caught in a moment of realization. Liana watches him intently, hinting that an important truth has just been revealed between them. In an intimate scene, Liana looks worriedly at Dorian as he leans forward, his face pressed against hers as if sharing a secret or a moment of vulnerability that she seems to be sincerely pondering. Dorian's hand gently wraps around Liana's shoulder, asking if she likes the act together. Liana, averting her eyes and a blush on her cheeks, answers evasively, hinting that her feelings may be complicated. In a moment of confrontation, Liana challenges Dorian, pointing out that specific behavior does not prevent him from being brotherly. Her face is a mixture of annoyance and confusion as he listens, bewildered. Liana assures Dorian that holding hands should not be taboo regardless of their relationship, implying that their actions may be influenced by societal norms, as Merida explains. Surrounded by a flurry of rose petals, Liana and Dorian share a tender moment. He questions his liberties with her, hinting at an emotional depth they may both be cautiously exploring. Liana berates Dorian for the brazen, seemingly intimate gesture, questioning the source from which he learned such behavior. Dorian's response suggests that Merida may have influenced his view of physical affection. Looking concerned, Liana tells Dorian not to dismiss his pain, expressing deep concern. She seems to be advising him on the importance of acknowledging his feelings and the dangers of ignoring them. Liana seems frustrated with Dorian's behavior, implying that he has developed bad habits. Dorian's response shows that he values Merida's advice, which Liana seems to disapprove of, suggesting a clash of influences in their relationship. In the dimly lit room, Dorian seems thoughtful as he talks about the danger. These words indicate that he is considering the threat and considering a plan of action, his cold blue gaze intense and focused. Framed by a cascade of pink hair, Liana emphasizes the importance of speaking up when you're in pain. Her sincere expression and raised finger emphasize the relevance of her message, as if teaching an important life lesson. Liana's hands delicately intertwine with the other's hands among the soft petals, illustrating a touching moment. She asks you to remember the phrase, "I don't want," which symbolizes her determination to set boundaries. With a gentle smile, Dorian expresses his gratitude as he learns from someone's guidance. His eyes carry the warmth of new understanding as he appreciates the lesson he has shared with him. Liana, seen from the side, reflects on her unique place in human life, her gaze clouded with longing. It seems that she is aware of the depth of her connection, but at the same time all its complexity. Sitting alone, Dorian ponders attachment and distance. The cool tones of the room match the bleakness of his advice, suggesting a personal lesson about the nature of relationships. The intensity of Liana's purple eyes warns of betrayal. She speaks the harsh truth about trust, with a combination of caution and wisdom born of personal experience evident in her expression. Dorian recalls Liana's advice about the right to refuse, and his profile shows understanding. He seems to have learned his lesson, a quiet acceptance evident in his demeanor. Liana, her face bathed in a soft glow, speaks forcefully, reminding someone to heal quickly and remember the reality she was talking about. Her expression is a mixture of concern and determination. Dorian puts his hand over his heart, expressing stoic indifference to misfortune. However, his eyes seem to hold deep emotions, perhaps expressing his true feelings about the difficulties he has faced. In the pouring rain, Dorian stands in front of the grave, silent and thoughtful, contemplating a future where he might forgive his father. Dorian's piercing gaze captures a multitude of unspoken emotions, hinting at a depth of character that belies her soft nature. Dorian kneels down, gently holding Liana's hand, deciding not to delve into the delicate matter as she gently agrees with his decision. The word idiot slips from Liana's lips, a rare breach of her composure showing a combination of frustration and affection. Liana cryptically mentions her impending release to Dorian, leaving him visibly confused and troubled by the meaning of it. With a determined look in his eyes, Dorian silently vows to confront the mess they've encountered, determined to bring peace. Liana, her pink hair framing a pensive face, ponders uncertainly about the upcoming event, her violet eyes suggesting she is torn between doubt and possibility. Dorian stands proud and pensive, dressed in noble garb, contemplating his destiny to become the most respected nobility in the land, determination in his gaze. In a refined setting, Liana reflects on her own perceived humble social position with quiet humility, feeling out of place among the grandeur that surrounds her. The picturesque house, set in a green landscape, symbolizes Liana's desire to break free from the constraints of her noble background and enjoy the simple joys of ordinary life. Liana imagines a peaceful existence in a new home, hoping to find peace and heal from the fatigue of her past. The light offers a new beginning. In the finale, Liana declares the end of her and Dorian's interaction, her tone one of final closure, while he seems shocked, trying to comprehend the sudden break. Dorian's face showed shock at Liana's words. For him, their separation is an unexpected, disturbing discovery that he is not ready to accept. Dorian's desperation is evident as he reaches for Liana, his plea silent but intense in a gesture to keep her from leaving, a stark contrast to her earlier decision. Liana's resistance drops a bit, her intention to leave momentarily halted by an unexpected emotion, her body language softening against the cold wall she leans against. A sudden, gentle touch surprises Liana. Her hand unintentionally meets Dorian's. The jolt of contact pierces her self-control with a simple but profound, "Ah." Liana stands against the brick wall, confused and worried, muttering to herself, wondering who she has become. A flash of light suddenly engulfs the scene, the intensity of the glow blurring everything around. Liana stares in surprise at the ethereal blue light swirling in front of her. A voice calls out sharply from the side. A shimmering, magical rose forms from a luminescent blue vortex, causing Liana to question whether this is really the flower she sees. Chains magically appear, enveloping Liana as she screams in alarm, her fear palpable in the tense atmosphere. Dorian appears with a serious expression on his face as he rushes to comfort Liana, who is bound in glowing chains. A close-up of Liana's face shows a single tear and a mixture of fear and sadness in her eyes, hinting at her deep grief. The pair find themselves in a dark, mysterious room with tall columns, prompting Liana to question their place, feeling dazed and afraid. Liana, still in Dorian's arms, looks at him with wide, frightened eyes as he asks her if she is hurt, showing deep concern for her well-being. In a majestic, ominous setting, Dorian asks Liana about the passage in her cell, to which she replies with a resounding no, hinting at secrets and danger. Liana looks thoughtful with a sad expression on her face and a tear on her cheek. Concerned and confused, Dorian asks Liana about the mark, wondering what it could be. Dorian, looking troubled and bound by the shining chain, doubts the nature of the mark. His lack of knowledge is obvious, and he looks upset, emphasizing the uncertainty of the situation. Both Dorian and Liana are shown from behind, looking out into a dark, vast space as the text hints at some ominous circumstances in which they find themselves. A close-up of Liana shows an elaborate bottle of perfume attached to her dress, and a speech bubble indicates her inability to fulfill a certain wish, adding a layer of complexity to her character. In a somber setting, Renag stands with her back to the viewer, her somber tone hinting at the seriousness of the situation as she ponders the consequences if their secret is revealed. Speech bubbles show desperate negotiations with fate, juxtaposing opulent backdrops with pleas for the lives of the poor, hinting at the stark divide between wealth and despair. Liana's tearful eyes and the phrase around her indicate a moment of revelation or defeat, adding emotional depth to her character's fate. In stark contrast, Dorian is depicted in despair, kneeling and hiding his face in the darkness, realizing the true gravity of their predicament. Liana pleads with Dorian, indicating a sense of urgency and fear. Dorian's reluctance is evident, adding tension to the exchange. In a tender moment, Dorian seems overcome with emotion, with tears in his eyes as he accepts Liana's offer to meet their destiny together. Liana, with pink hair and striking blue eyes, stares intently at Dorian, whose pale white hair frames his equally blue eyes. They are holding hands, Dorian's expression is gentle, and they seem to be having a tender moment. As Liana and Dorian walk side by side in the vast, dark library, a glowing blue chain connects them together. Liana looks curious as she asks Dorian if he's heard anything about the library, assuming it's a mysterious and important place. Liana gives Dorian a concerned look, suggesting that he doesn't need to talk about something if he prefers not to. Surprised, Dorian insists on talking, his face showing genuine openness and vulnerability. Dorian, shown in close-up, shares with Liana that the place they are in is very ancient, and that fact is important to him. His upturned face is bathed in soft light, adding mystery to his words. In a pensive pose, Liana listens as Dorian talks about the ancient nature of their surroundings. She seems to realize the weight of his words, reflecting on the storied past he alludes to. Dorian and Liana stand in a large library as Dorian tells stories about 3 unique things in their empire, one of which is the ancient prison of Cambra Cam. The story seems both grand and terrifying as Dorian narrates it. Liana questions Dorian about the exact meaning of the term ancient times, indicating a desire to understand more deeply. Dorian looks startled by her question, perhaps showing a gap in their knowledge or expectations. Dorian talks about a time before the founding of their country, a concept that seems new to Liana. This discovery leads to an exchange of mutual curiosity and a shared moment of discovery. Liana listens with an expression of intense curiosity as Dorian tells a story involving his father and the mayor. His narration is punctuated by her surprise, hinting at a story of considerable intrigue and revelation. A large council is depicted consisting of various dignified figures. They appear to be of noble status, carrying the weight of their heritage and authority, standing in front of an exquisite circular backdrop that evokes a sense of solemnity and grandeur. Contemplative Liana listens to Dorian talk about heroism, her profile illuminated against the dark library. There is a sense that she is reflecting on the stories and histories that make up their world.